Да. Hello, everyone. So I hope that you enjoy your coffee break. And now we'll have a presentation, or we call that interactive presentation. Well, Vaidas present by himself. Today we have Vaidas Pilkauskas, and he said that he will inform you about himself in more detail. But I would like to say one more thing that he will not say about himself, that his workshops are always inspiring, mind-blowing, and I can assure you, I can guarantee that you will leave this place with a different mindset. You will learn a lot here. So I would like to present Vaidas Pilkauskas.
Thank you. So hello. Hello, everyone, and really thanks for such a nice introduction. So I had to bribe him for this, but that's how it works here in this country. And I think he meant workshop that I was running almost every year. It's Code Retreat, and if you know what Code Retreat is, it's a day of full practice outside your work boundaries. So you just come on Saturday in one place and do whatever you want, as long as you learn something and as long as you think about making something perfect. And next Saturday, by the way, I think there is similar event in Kaunas. Maybe I will be there, maybe not, but there is a Code Retreat event which takes part of Global Day of Code Retreat, and you should definitely come if you think that coding is your passion. So go and you will learn a lot of amazing things, at least about people, which is Agile is about, I think. So without further ado, so this is basically the good introduction to that event. We don't speak a lot about how to do TDD properly. We mainly concentrate on design, and this is the answer to the question when people ask, okay, so why does how actually you do TDD, and what is the right way to do TDD? To be honest, there is no right way to do TDD, but this is my way how I do it and how I think it's correct. So who am I? I work at Wix.com. We're a company which some people say that we're very religious about test-driven development, and which is probably true because most of our code is developed that way, and we try to convince all the rest teams that still maybe are discovering TDD. So I think if you like doing test-driven development, you may consider joining us. I'm also organizing a couple of user groups, and one is that I co-founded. We usually don't speak about Java there, to be honest. We speak about software engineering in general. You can check me on internet. There is pilkauskas.lt, and follow me on Twitter, maybe retweet something. So today's motivation is that I will show rigorous application of test-driven development steps. And I will try to convince you that even if you don't know implementation, you can come up with implementation without even knowing the algorithm itself. And the main takeaway is that you always have to listen to your code. That code is trying to say something. Like if you cannot understand it, if it's not readable, it tries to show you that, look, no one except you can understand it. And maybe next week you will not be able to do that after revisiting that code. And today okay, so this is probably most of you know, because I believe everyone now writes tests and have heard of some sales for TDD talks. So there are three important steps. First one is that you write a test without having any production code. So you start with a test and you have to see it failing. This is called red phase. Second one is green. You have to write something, just minimal amount of code to pass the test. And it's not perfect code at this stage. And the third step is to refine the code so that you can come up and say, this is the code that I'm proud of. This is the code that does exactly what was expected from the requirements. And then you repeat this cycle over and over and over. And people who do test-driven development a lot of times forget this last step. This is essence of test-driven development. Everything else is just testing. This is the essence of design. And I'm going to write a Roman numerals implementation today. Maybe I will not finish it, and I will not concentrate on exceptional cases. I'm just going to implement happy path, which means I will not check incorrect inputs and so on. So who doesn't know Roman numerals? So that's some examples of them, and we're going to implement conversion algorithm for that. Okay, so let's. I will sit. Excuse me for not being able to code while standing. I will do that in Scala, but you don't need to know anything about Scala. You just need to understand simple concepts like if, while, or whatever that you are using in your preferred language. So, as I said, we have to start with a test. So, what can be a first test for our algorithm? So, I usually start with the simplest requirement that is possible to implement. For example, in Roman numerals, maybe the simplest thing is just to say that, okay, it will convert 1 to I. This is a very simple requirement. And I have no production code, so I have to write something which doesn't compile. And not compiling also means failing a test, that red phase. So I'll say, okay, Roman numerals, and let's call it to Roman. And I want to pass 1, and I'm expecting its result to be I. So you see, everything is red because I have no implementation yet. Now what I need to do, I need to make it compile. And is it clear what this statement says? This is a simple test, like I'm running my code and expect its result to be some expected from the test. Okay, so I'm going to create a object. Actually, IDEs are really like nice nowadays, and if you do TDD, you can almost like create all the code, all the skeleton of the code by just knowing shortcuts in TDD, in IDE. I will be using separate file here, just because we cannot fit in this presentation all the source code in the same file, but when I do it at home, I usually write implementation and test in the beginning in the same file. And only when I have a need to move out my production code to be used maybe by our production code, then I refactor it and move it to source code folders, production source code folders. Okay, so we have one part which now compiles. Now we don't have a method which does the trick. So again, I'm using IDE, and it generates everything for me, except it doesn't help with naming, right? And this presentation is also not about naming, because naming is so hard that all the best people also fail it. So I'm not even attempting it here. You may try your best, but don't expect it from this presentation. So my toRoman function will take Arabic number as input, and it will return string. This is Scala, so if you haven't seen it, it's very similar to C-type languages, except that type annotations are after a variable name. And those 3 question marks mean unimplemented. So if you try to call this function, it will throw exception that, okay, implementation is missing. Now let's see what happened to our code. Okay, it looks to be compiling, and we can even run our tests and see what happens. And you see, okay, that's a long stack trace. It says that test has failed, and the reason is that implementation is missing, that exception is thrown. Okay, we need to do something and implement it, right? What can be an implementation here? We just need to return I. That's a minimal. Remember, second step, green phase. Write smallest amount of code to pass a test. This is not refactoring yet. This is smallest amount of code to pass the test. And what should happen? We have a first passing test. So usually when you start a project, it's very hard to pick the first test. You don't know where to start. So rule here was that pick the simplest requirement. The simplest requirement that will let you move forward. If you are stuck, you need to find something simple to do. And during the presentation, I will in my mind, I will order all the requirements by its simplicity. So, so now we need to, we are in the third blue stage, and we need to understand what can we do now. Like, should we refactor this code? Well, maybe there is an excessive empty line or something. So just cleaning on the way. But not much we can do. Like, we don't have anything proving that we need to add more code to this implementation. So what we'll do now, we'll write second test. And what can be a second test?
Convert to.
Yes, and convert to is important here because we are adding another requirement. And that requirement is not about converting to. It's like example how it works, but our requirement is that we should be able to repeat i's. Like, if we have number and when we convert it, we need to be able to repeat i's. That's the actual requirement, and we are specifying an example for that. Do you feel a pain that I have to repeat the text from the above? No. You don't feel it yet, but if I will do it over and over during all the presentation, you will get very tired because of this. So this is again a feedback from my code that there's something wrong. But I have to finish it because I'm in a red phase. I need to write a failing test. So second test is like another simple case, and again I'm repeating myself. I could be tempted to copy paste. And you know what happens when you're copy pasting? Maybe you'll introduce another method and you will forget to update all the tests and so on and on. So always remove duplication. But we cannot do it now, so I have to suffer for a while. Oops. And it should be 2, right? And it should fail. Okay, now I finished red phase and I need to move to implementation. So what's the simplest implementation? Okay, that sounds fair. If Arabic equals 2, I need to return. By the way, again, in Scala, you see that the last statement is implicit return. Well, thanks who is tweeting me, and I appreciate that. Okay, I have too many. By the way, all IDEs can get in your way also. Like, you see, I'm a bit struggling that it generates too much code. So there are pluses and minuses in that. Okay, so you see an if, and the last statement gets returned. So there is no explicit return statement. You can have return statements in Scala, but you don't have, because the last operation will be returned. And let's see if it makes our test pass. Okay. I did something wrong in my test. You see? By the way, you can help me with my mistypes, but let's keep questions to the end, okay? Okay, so I have a passing test, and I'm very annoyed here. First of all, I'm annoyed that my tests are repeating themselves. So what can I do? What type of testing is that? I know 2 types of testing that are kind of popular. So one type of testing is example-based testing, and this is an example of example-based testing. You're just adding some examples and proving that, okay, those examples pass. And there is a second popular alternative is property-based testing. So we're not doing property-based testing here. But what I will do, I will say explicitly that, okay, let's talk about one thing. What is important in this test? It's important that we quickly see one, I, and we see how it maps to our code. And the same happens on the second test. And another thing what is important, that we have correct test report. Everything here, all those curly braces, this is a engineering depth that you have to read each time you open a test. So we need to reduce as much of that as possible. Okay, I will do it by using some automation here, and I will generate test cases on the go. So I will call, okay, it will be examples, and examples is a list. Sequence in Scala is a list. It's like if you use list in Java, in sequence you use sequence. In Scala you use sequence. And sequence accepts tuples. Tuple is just like two element construct, like a set of two elements. So my first test case is something like this, right? Second one is this one. And this is the essence of my test. I'm specifying cases, and as a reader, I want to see if I'm missing any of those. I don't want to go and read a lot of source code just to find out that I'm missing maybe some case later when I release my code. So what can I do now? I can say, okay, by the way, did you notice that I started refactoring from a test code? What I want to say with this, that test code may be considered even more important than production code. Production code gets your money from the customers, but to find customers, you have to have a quality. And tests are very important, so don't neglect them. Oops. IDE tried to help me. Okay, now I will iterate over all the examples. And this is a nice Scala feature, I can destructure them. Basically, I'm taking that tuple, that construct with an arrow, and I'm deconstructing into two variables. One is Arabic, another one is Roman. And what I will do, I will say converts Arabic. And you see, this construct is called a string interpolation, or you can think of it like a string templates to what? Roman. And here it should use Roman numerals. And I will take Arabic, and it should equal to what? Roman. Now I will try to delete the rest of... By the way, do you see that I feel quite comfortable deleting code because I have a synergy between my production code and test code. If I touch one, something happens with another one. So there is like a safety net between them. It's actually not 100% true, but tests make me confident doing this. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, all tests passed. Remember, we still are in refactoring phase. Do we want to improve something about this code? I think I want to at least fix mistypes as I go. And I think I will do one trick here. I think this is a hidden cycle, a loop. I think I will do I, and I will multiply it by Arabic number. Do you think it will pass? It passes, right? Cool. But it looks a bit awkward, right? Can you explain this to your math teacher, that you're multiplying strings? Let's see what happens next. And I think this type of abstraction is introduced too early, and it will bite us back a little bit. But maybe we should learn from mistakes, and let's see what happens. Okay, we need third test. What can it be?
4.
I don't like 4. You know why? It looks very complicated. So remember my rule. I pick tests by their complexity. So what is next? What is simple? 5. I think 5. And as each TDD practicant, he should put things that he skips on the paper. For clarity, I will do that in my IDE, but you don't do this. And your question may be why you don't do this is if you put something here, it's very close to your tests, and you may specify that you're missing some test case. But what you need to think about is requirements. So it's better to disconnect from your code and just have a list of to-dos for later. Maybe you ain't gonna need it. So don't do it like I did just now. Okay, so this is, okay, it's failing. Okay, it gets a bit annoying because I again, going to write an if. But bear with me. We have to suffer for a while to understand the clean code advantages. So let's say that if Arabic is equal 5, we return 5, else. Okay, we don't need those curly braces here. And see if it passes. Okay, it passes. It looks very ugly to me, but I cannot do anything. There is no proof in my code that this is a wrong code. Only my bias from the maybe last session or maybe from abusive use of functional programming or something. I'm just feel not so comfortable here, but there is nothing that proves that it's wrong. So let's add another test. And what can it be? It can be 10, by the way. You can go that way. I will go with 6.
You can go with 0.
0 is, I consider 0, what is the 0 in Roman numerals?
Maybe there is no.
That's a question, this is not in the happy path. So that's why I'm leaving those requirements which are exceptional to the end, and probably not for this presentation, but you should think of happy path in first place and deliver production code which actually solves problems, but not defends from possible issues. Okay, so next test is 6. Okay, it fails. What can we do here? I think this is a huge step, and of course we can write 6 equals Arabic, but this is not what TDD teaches. If you will continue to reflect what's in your examples, you will not go far. You will eventually have to provide all the examples. And TDD is about refactoring. And refactoring introduces abstractions. And those abstractions are the essence of design. That's why TDD works. Otherwise, you will be just okay, I'm writing minimal code, and I'm ending up writing all the test cases that are possible, and then customer will say, okay, you're missing this number because you're missed maybe 55 somewhere. Okay, so now all the Scala developers who know me, they will not say hi in the street anymore to me, because this is what Scala developers never do. I will use var. and it will be for result, and result will be empty string. And I will have another one, which will be remainder. And remainder, in the beginning, will be Arabic, because we still have numbers. And what I need to do now, I need to do the following thing. I need to basically almost rewrite all my implementation. So if remainder is higher or equal than 5, I need to say that, okay, please append mutate. This is what all functional programmers are allergic to, mutate. But I'm also allergic to mutation, but I cannot do anything, because that's how I'm driven in this, because that's what I know. This is the simplest implementation. Okay, I have result, and I need to decrease 5 from remainder. And then what I need to do, okay, this is so annoying in IDEs that they are too smart. And it's okay, and then I will say result equals this. And remember, the last statement is return, but mutation is imperative operation, and I cannot return it. So let's hope it works. It works. You see that this was a big step in our, okay, thank you, internet. It looks ugly, but I cannot do anything yet. So what do? I go to my tests, and in tests, everything looks fine. I don't refactor them, but I need another test case. I will also skip 9. Next test case will be 10. And 10 is good case because it adds another requirement. We are introducing another letter. Like you can see that 5 introduced 5 letter, 6 introduced combination of 5 and I, and 10 now introduces another letter. So we're adding requirements as we go. And 5 and 10 is different a little bit, because you can have 3 X's in a row, but you cannot have 2 5s in a row. So they are different. And I don't know my algorithm. I'm just writing tests and trying to add the minimal implementation. Okay. So what I will do now, what should I do? Duplicate the code. Oh, I'm not doing it in the right way. Place. So order is important in my algorithm. You see, I'm writing equals. This is the minimal implementation for that. Okay, so we need to add X, right? And to confuse you more, I will just make it look different than the second piece of code. Let's see if it works. Okay, tests pass. We cannot refactor it because this is not exactly duplication. It contains some of the duplication, but I think it's very hard to make it like a non-duplicate. Like you can play around a little bit, but you will not win a lot. So what do we do next? We need another test case, which will force us to refactor it, and that's 15. I need something that uses X and 5 together, and it will concatenate. And let's see what happens now. I should see a failing test. Yes, I do. And what do I do now? Let's try this. Yay! See, I added a small test case, and it forced me to write minimal amount of code. And that minimal amount of code is this operator. Now, do we have duplication?
Yes.
We do. And what can we do with it? We should... I will do very similar thing that I did in the tests, but don't think that this is a reflection of tests. It has different requirements. It will have a requirement on the order of that configuration. So let's see what I'm doing. I will introduce rules. And in Scala, there is a convention. If you start a variable with R, it's a constant. And val and var, what's the difference? Val is immutable variable, and var is, and var is something that you can reassign. For example, you can create a new instance and assign to the existing variable. So I will use the same sequence, which is list in Java, and I will say something like this. If it is 10, give me x. If it is 5, give me 5. And now I will do one simple thing. I will say rules for each. This is also very imperative. I'm looping over something. This is not Scala way. And I will say, okay, let's destructure our rules into Arabic number, for example. I'm using different name for variable. I said I'm very bad with naming, just so it wouldn't overlap with Arabic here. So I'm using different one. I'm just giving name to this part of tuple. And Roman numeral. And what I will do now, I will say, okay, let's have exactly the same if here. And instead of this one, let's use Arabic number, and Roman numeral. And let's see if it works. Yes, it works. And the nice part is, probably not the nice part, I have excessive code here. So what I just did, I introduced configuration. So this is another level of abstraction. As we get more tests, they become very specific. So they specify a lot of cases. And our code is forced to be more generic by that. And this is very generic, like I can easily add our rules. Okay. Now, what do we do next? In next case, I will say it's 20, because I need to prove that access and similar letters can repeat. Oh, it fails. Good. And you see, I write, expect test to fail, then go, and this is a loop. And that loop is very short. If you get a really long feedback loop, you will go and drink coffee and forget what you're doing. So you have to force your environments into quick feedback loops. Okay, I need to do something. What can I do? What if I change this if to while? What will happen? Yes, it works. It's a trick. This is a trick if you know TDD well. And that trick is called transformation. It's not exactly transformation priority premise, but this is transformation. While is more generic case of if. If is more specific case of while. And if you know those things, it's very easy to transform your code as you go. Because the rule is that you need to generify your code. And there's a huge list of rules. TPP forces you, transformation priority premise, forces you to follow them according to the order of them. I'm not following this order rigorously. I think you should. This is not proved thing, but it may work for you. Okay. So now I think I have almost everything working except very hard cases, right? What do we do next? We need to go to 4. So let's try it naive way and see if it fails. Okay, it fails. And what I will do, I will say, okay, 4. This is very naive, right? And it works. You see, if I would started doing this in the beginning, I would probably have written a lot of things like to subtract something from something and so on. Like, this is what tests force me to do. I managed to implement all the algorithm around the hard case, and hard case became very simple. I think we can do similar thing with 9. I'm pretty confident now because it looks there is a pattern. Okay, it fails. Okay, so remember, our order matters, so we need to, in tests, it doesn't matter which order it is, but here it matters. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I actually nailed the whole algorithm here. Everything else is just configuration. If I will start adding stuff here and in the tests, I will not touch this code anymore. I think this is the perfect time to refactor this mess, right? And what can we do about this mess? First of all, I don't like mutable state. For example, this, remember that this is actually the same thing as this one. And because we introduced abstraction too early, we forgot about it. It was really hard to spot, especially if you're coding and doing live presentation where you have small screen. It's really hard to see it. So I think we need to first get rid of it. And if you leave that kind of cases for really, like, after you add a lot of features, it may be really hard to spot them, and it may depend on your current implementation, and it will be almost impossible to easily get rid of them. But I still have pretty simple code, so I can try. Okay, so cool. Question is what you should have done in that case with eyes. Probably you should have introduced while or something like that, or maybe state with ifs for some time. Because that's what we need to spot. Like, we need to spot duplication. And if you introduce abstractions, you can end up with different abstractions which do not look similar. Okay, so let's get rid of maybe a result. I think I could get rid of it just by doing, first I will move it inside a loop, and I will return it here, and okay, I'm missing something somewhere. Where is it? Okay, I'm missing one simple thing. This doesn't return anything. It's an imperative statement. So I need to map. And mapping is taking each value in a rule and applying something and producing sequence. And in the end, I need to merge that sequence in a string. So I will do simple, I will call a method which should do it for me. Okay, cool. But we still have mutable state. That mutable state is inside our loop, but it didn't go somewhere. So what I need to do, I will get rid of it completely. And instead of doing while, I will say, okay, this is where I know algorithm a little bit. Like, you can see that this while loop, what it tries to do, it actually tries to calculate how many numbers does number fit into that Arabic number into that remainder. So what we need times, and I will say remainder div Arabic number. And what else do I need? I need remainder. I'm still using remainder, which is mutable. And I even can do it. Okay, I don't need to have while here. I need to just mutate it. And I can do very simple thing now. It should be Roman numeral multiplied by what? Times. Okay, we got rid of one var. Now question is, what can we do about this one? This is the hardest part of presentation. What can we do about this one? If you're a functional programmer, you know that you can use something like fold left or fold, but fold is very complex in this situation because we need to maintain multiple states between, like we need to have remainder and we need to have result, and it's like it gets very complex from a syntax point of view. Another thing what we can do is to use recursion. And Scala is a nice language because it supports tail recursion optimization. What it means that recursion is a very expensive thing if you don't optimize it for your machine that you're running, which basically ends by using a huge call stack. And to optimize that, compiler knows in some cases how to convert your recursion into loops, and that case is when you have recursive call as the last statement in your recursion. So I don't have time for this, so I will use cheats. Okay, there are. I will do something like this. I'm just cheating so much that you will see that I'm copying everything and you. Okay. Let's see if it passes. Now my question is, which code was more simpler? So you see there is a trade-off. This one is probably easier to reason about in the long term because it uses immutable state and so on. It builds really nice on functional paradigm, but imperative sometimes it's easier to grasp from of course it depends on your bias. Like if you're coming just straight from the school, probably you'll write more imperative code because that's what you're used to. And what else is left? There is a thing that you need to finish the whole algorithm. So what is missing this those tests and those rules. Usually what I do, I just write, because I know that my algorithm is not going to change, I'm writing all the tests at once because it will be just a wasting ping pong, and I add implementation at once. And after that, you can add integration test just to make sure that you don't forget, like your configuration is correct, and then tackle your rainy day scenarios. And I think that's it what I have for you today. Any questions?
Yes.
I'm sorry, how much time do we have?
10 minutes.
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay. So,
Test. So my question is, when you're writing the test, you start with as minimal as possible, and you move up the implementation when it gets harder. When do you decide, okay, now it's enough, I have to start making like some normal code, not just test cases? Like the example was 1, 2, 5 was okay, but when you got to 6, you started like writing algorithm options. So when is the switch?
I think the problem is that you need, first thing what I did, remove duplication. If you will repeat if statements 2 times, it's a duplication. I just got rid, like even having if something equals and you do some like operation and else, it's actually 2 statements. It's a binary operation, like you're doing like Boolean comparison of something and then you have 2 choices. So this can be considered as duplication. If you don't like this approach, you can write a third test, which would be like convert 3 to I, and it will definitely move you to repeated if statements. And this is like duplication. Everything that I did was based on removing duplication. If you're writing production code and it takes like servers, HTTP calls and so on, think also of naming. Naming is another thing that you have to do while you're tackling duplication. This is a part of refactoring. Naming and removal of duplication. And after you have this, just simplify your code. Remove all the parts that are not needed. For example, by mistake, I left some code which was doing nothing because my loop above was basically doing the same thing before.
Any more questions?
Why are you avoiding to do statements in the code?
I'm not like I leave a lot of to-dos in my personal code, but I leave them because I tend to lose my paper notes. Having paper note is something that lets you step one step further from your code. This is going to requirements. Like your code is not you. You should think of what you're doing from business point of view. And if you have something that is missing in your code, either it's like functional requirement or non-functional. In our case, we had 4 and 9, and we skipped over those. I don't want to forget about it. So I usually take a note and leave it there. It's like a requirement. Maybe I'm not going to need it anymore. I'm thinking now in my code that I need it, but later maybe I will not need it. If I have to do, which says that, okay, you missed this test, someone will come and just write that test without thinking that it's needed. That's my reasoning about it. I hope it answers your question.
I'm not technical anymore, so I'll ask from maybe business perspective. On the opening, one of the keynotes, there was termed technical masturbation. So getting fancy. So I'll ask from totally bad manager perspective sense, that seems very expensive. If you would have sit down and wrote just the algorithm, you have done it probably in 5 minutes. Now it took almost 40 minutes to do this. Of course, we're talking and explaining, but even in a real case, it seems you are just having fun because you love it and it doesn't bring any value. How you sell it to management, in essence, that's the question. Okay, this is a good question, very good question. I really did this because I have fun with that. Like, no doubts about it. Whether you should do that, it's actually not, I'm not selling TDD. I'm just wanted to show rigorous application of TDD. And we as humans tend to have a bias about how to implement something. And it's very hard to stay away from that bias. So applying TDD rigorously forces me to step away from my bias. So I see a benefit doing that like this. On everyday life, you may maybe decide yourself. I really recommend trying this. I do this on my HTTP servers and so on, like REST APIs. It's very nice. You write a small test and you get a feedback. It maybe costs a little bit more at the moment, but after 1 year, I just like push to production and just going to drink a couple of beers, and then I'm pretty confident about my code because I know that each line is covered by test.
Hello. Hello. So I want to ask, you said when you're writing, you put everything in one class, so it's just for simple, or maybe more comments. And second question would be, what do you change in 1 year or 2 when you started it, TDD, and when you are doing now, what you change, like from theory, you read this, but in practice you change something and now you're doing differently. So what's that thing? Thank you.
Not sure if I understood the question right, but I will try to. Like TDD is usually sold as design technique or design tool. What you have just seen here, well, it doesn't prove that TDD does design. It proves that it helps you organize your code, which is part of the design. But to have a great design and great structure in your code, you still need to put effort in the refactoring step to design it properly. Introduce right abstractions, give right names, and so on. This is just a tool. And I start writing code in the same file just because maybe I'm not going to need it. Like if I will move it somewhere, I maybe have to create a package, and I don't need that package anymore. I have to think of name of that package, and so on and on and on. A lot of complexities without even a need for that. And if you do that, like I did, like in the same file, you can extract something on that moment that you need. For example, your customer says, okay, I need function or some code from your library. You just, okay, extract it, and here it is. Because my only customer at this point was test. I didn't have any customer. And well, I'm going to package it. Maybe I will create some integration tests just to prove that everything works. Of course, this is so simple example that what I'm talking about, but that's what we should do. It helps not to over-engineer stuff.
How do you decide how much complexity to bring into the actual tests themselves? For example, having a set of classes dedicated for tests, is that bad design or bad decision?
No, you should, like, your test code has the same importance as your production code. So you should clean after yourself. Like if you see a lot of duplication, just extract abstractions. For example, you need maybe class which contains your setup helpers. Like helpers are a very bad name, so I'm sorry for saying this. Something that provides you like test data. And just introduce abstractions. It should be like normal design practice. But there is one thing that you shouldn't do. Don't add ifs, conditionals, and similar constructs into your tests. Tests should be just like simple example of how to use your system. It shouldn't mirror what happens in your production code.
Thank you for all the questions and the answers. We have one last question. It has to be a very good one. Who has a good question and didn't ask it?
Knock me down.
Do we have one? If not, then in that case, I would like to thank Vaidas Pilkauskas for this great presentation, and we have a present.
And thank you for coming. Like, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and a big round of applause for Vaidas Pilkauskas. Here is a bag of goodies of all the great things that we would like to give to you. You have a cup and various stuff, you know, you'll explore by yourself. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah. And please, you can remain here still, as we will have a next presentation. Just wait a bit here, okay? I'll just present the next speaker. We will have a presentation of how Agile can be applied in creating contracts, legal contracts, yes? And we will switch on the presentation. In case you want to switch Hello, everyone. I think that the audience changed a bit. Should I stand here or here? Can you hear me? Okay, so few minutes ago we had a presentation that was very technical, and this one will be technical in a bit other sense. We will learn from Laimonas Marcinkevičius regarding how to manage all the legal aspects of agile project management, because, well, most of the customers, they are... Pabandysiu šitaip dabar gal. So, most of the customers expect that you will have a different type of contracts, and agile contracts are a bit different from the others, so you have to manage this risk and know how to write legal contracts with your customers. And please, let's welcome Laimonas Marcinkevičius.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say many thanks for organizers for being able to meet you, such progressive people, acknowledging such progressive methodology of Agile. And my presentation today, and the idea is why I'm here, a little bit like to make a cold shower for you, because we still have not so agile law. And everywhere contracting, we need to look forward to requirements of the law, contract with our customer, and his crazy ideas. And as we have an existential observation, yeah, c'est la vie, or stuff happens, so we need to be prepared for that. We need to make our contract work. I'm not of that type of lawyer who has main goal to make clients feel better in such tough situation. I like when my clients are in better position than other side in the court, because stuff happens. So court and litigation are these events, and life is full of unpredictable events. Yeah, so we need to foresee that we may have litigation with our customer. Okay, question for you. All of you are customers or team members? Okay, team members who are from supplier side. Okay, so full of you are suppliers, so all ideas or most of ideas will be for you. However, I always think that contract should be balanced. It's not a good idea to make contract good only for one side, because contract will not work in this way. If you push your customer that he is responsible for everything, and even paying, overpaying for that, so we will not have a good contract and we will not have a good result. What are differences in agile contracting and making your contract with client? Problem is that because we don't have typical agile contract. Even with simple project development, IT development contracts, we have problems. In court, we have different approaches, different ways how to say what kind of agreement we have in IT project development. Okay, we'll be stronger, yeah? Okay, thank you. Is it better? We don't have a typical agile contract. And even simple IT project agreements, sometimes they are copyright agreements, sometimes they are service agreements, or even sometimes we have joint venture agreements. Yeah? How to find clauses that needs to be in your contract that can protect and make into life your agile manifesto? To engage your client and to engage your teams to work on that. Yeah, we have, you had many comparing waterfall versus agile. The same in contracting. Mostly typical agreements for development are based on waterfall. We have simple and clear structure. We have, from the beginning, client's requirements. They need finished. They need to be clear. And your obligation is to deliver services by the completion date. Correct? Does the same work in Agile? Yeah, it doesn't work in Agile. Correct. We don't have such a, and we cannot write in contracts. While typical lawyer would like and would want to write to make clear statement what is to be done. And in your case, we have product vision probably. You have customer stories. What to do with them? To put into all of them into contract? Any ideas? So what you put into contract then? Or at all, not to write about these things?
High-level scope.
We put user stories. Why is wrong to put user stories into the contract?
Yes, you best of all is to put user stories. However, you need to put also tasks as well.
Why?
Tasks, because tasks contains more technical information. User stories sometimes are too abstract.
So we can
Okay.
get into discussion what user stories.
Yeah,
user
okay.
story and all that. But
Okay, but at least some main points, some main tasks need to be set into agreement. Because imagine your situation is in court. Judge is not agile oriented. We have standard thinking, standard way of thinking. So you need make your contract and make your process understandable to a person who doesn't know about agile at all. From third party should understand that. And yes?
Just a dumb comment about that solution in court. So assuming judge doesn't understand your agile requirements, right? So shouldn't the judge say, I don't know, invite some expert on this field?
Yes, correct. But you know, first we need orient that no litigation, no court happens. Yeah, no shit happens. Yeah, we need to do that to help not to go there. If we yes, we can invite experts even without court. We have a dispute resolution first stages. Yeah, internal. We can with team decide, try to solve disputes. Yeah, in an amicable way. Yeah, we can escalate that to meetings with the customer. Yeah. So we sometimes we don't need us to go to the court. Yes, and we can invite experts even into such meetings. In the court, experts are quite expensive to do that. So better not to wait until that happens. We can, yes, special experts are needed, yes. For financial invoicing matters, we need financial experts. To establish are requirements done when things are done, to say position, yes. Then we need experts, yes. There are many situations when we need experts, that. But better to make contract and process clear and to avoid such situations that we need experts. Because it's going to be additional costs, and who will pay that? Which legal forms are applicable in agile contracting? Yeah. Because we have, in course, we have in simple, in waterfall legal contracting, we have disputes. But in agile, the situation is much more unclear. But still, yeah, we have a practice, core practice. Software development contracts are hybrid contracts, comprising attributes of contract. It can be as independent work, it's articles of civil code, Lithuanian civil code, contract for services, copyright agreement. Why it is important to understand what kind of contract is that? Because it's related with obligation of the parties. So, burden of obligations is different in contracting and in service agreement. In one side, there can be strong requirement that all requirements of customer are clear and from the outset of the project. And you cannot break simply the agreement. From other side, this is more flexible situation. So Agile itself is hybrid. And from the outset, when you start the project and ask your lawyer to make an Agile agreement, say that it's Agile. And say all manifests, all the information that is needed to be done. Yeah, as started, it doesn't work from the outset to have client's requirements produced and delivered by the completion date. Yes. In your situation, you will have product vision and product backlog. Yes. So my advice is to put that product vision and product backlog into annexes or preamble of the contract. It should be said that and clear and signed by both parties. Yeah, we know that product backlog is not static. So then we need to put into contract procedure for its modifications. I also don't like long contracts and Agile manifesto also. Yeah? Contracts are incomplete. They're always incomplete, not only in Agile. So, but at least main things from where we start, main points of beginning needs to be said and put into contract. So, as an advice, put them to annex to the contract. Question: who can sign? Yeah, everybody knows who signs a contract. Who signs then product backlogs?
The same people.
The same people.
Contracts.
Who signs contracts? Okay. And if there are changes in the product backlog, you need again to invite them. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. What is related with product backlog, project backlog? You need to invite all the time people who are authorized to represent your company. What should be included into contract? First, of course, names and contact details. We have a product owner. Yeah, this superhero, as was said in previous presentation. Yeah. Do we need concretely say who is the product owner? And what happens if he is on vacation or he is producing baby? Yeah? Delivering, let's say. Yes. Team delegation should be set up, and persons should be indicated into the contract. What is the reason and why? In order, your customer cannot say later that they are not happy with his qualification, experience, so on. From other side, I would advise not to restrict yourself too much. Put your team members who work on that with possibility to expand the list or make a delegation, yes, of course. From other side, you might want, and it's very important, yes, as in Agile, we have very big, and this is probably main thing, is customer's input. You need to engage your customer, that he participates. Is you need stress your customer. You are Agile experts. Your customers may not be. So you need to explain that main thing of you customer is your time and your efforts being there together in this project. What for the client priority of the project is that? On what priority is this project? Because sometimes they ask you to work only for that project, to do that only this, while your clients, customers, they do probably other products as well. You need to guarantee that you will have your client customer available. And contract is the instrument and tool, legal tool, to guarantee that. If you do not have client together with you, representative and product owner in time responding to you, saying comments to your work, to your sprint results, to your backlog, so you will not have contract, you will not have result. while contract should be balanced as that. Yes. It should be make you go to the result what you are looking for. Members of development team provided, yes. Scrum Master, if it is participating. You, of course, do not need to put into contract your internal things. For example, that Scrum Master, your duties, internal Scrum Master is responsible for looking that team members are not blocked in no way. Yeah, we know this obligation of Scrum Master. You don't need to put many internal things. It's your work, and don't make them to the don't put them to the contract in order not to be to them additionally responsible. As more words, as more risks, because each word makes additional risk. And the contract should discuss duties and rights of the participants. Process. How to organize a process of that? First of all, there should be discussed duration of each sprint at meetings. Of course, the durations of sprints, meetings, yeah. So you may establish duration what you need, but you need to establish. Of course, from the point of view of a supplier, sometimes it's good not to do that, especially if it is hourly fee. How often you apply in your projects, agile projects, hourly fee? Okay, do you apply? Say yes, hourly fee. So what kind of pricing you then apply?
It actually depends on the contract. If it's time and material.
Mostly time and material. Yeah, it's mostly time and material. So you just do you add something for payroll, for example, or just your not market price? Just time and material without taxes, without social insurance, so on.
No,
You,
so usually
yes, it's a typical situation, and yeah, it's trying to add some markups is quite difficult with customer, and you need to work that. But main contract, it will be in next slides. Main that you need to establish procedure how price will be established. Main criteria how you establish, either for iteration, for each iteration, or time and cost. It can be fixed plus any. There are any models that provide pricing methods for risky projects where requirements are not clear from the beginning can be applied for agile projects. Pricing. Who can revoke a particular sprint? What are legal consequences of such a revocation? Who revokes?
What do you mean by revoke?
Revoke to cancel particular sprint.
Yeah, but to stop it before it is done or to not accept it after it was done?
Both situations available. And do you mean that legal consequences they may be different? But person who cancels particular sprint if it is planned?
Product owner?
Product owner, correct. And what are legal consequences of such revocation?
Depends on the contract problem.
Depends on the contract. So it's correct. So
Depends on the reason of revocation.
this is why when making contract you need to see what happens. You need share risks between you and your customer. Who pays for your work that is already done? If it's in the middle of sprint, yeah. If you have already allocated some time, some costs, what happens? Does your client compensate for that? Who decides how many items can be developed during a particular sprint?
That's the development team.
Yes, correctly. It's development team, and from your side, you may want to have and put your rights and duties correctly and clearly in the agreement. What you can do and what your customer and representative of customer can do. And of course, how it can be done. For example, you have meetings. You have some kinds of meetings. Do you need all meetings make in records and formalize? What is your practice? How you do now? No formalization, no papers, no minutes. No minutes. Just stand up and discuss. Yeah.
Depends on the meeting.
Correct. So, depends on meeting on, say more exactly.
From a contract perspective, the only thing that customer actually cares is deliverable of the sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So for sure we have to document the sprint. If it's Scrum, then sprint review meeting and give, either like normal contract usually says, you present the results and a client has to give a right to give you feedback in a week or 2 weeks about that deliverable. If he doesn't bring you, then it means accepted, or he can accept it early, or he can make suggestions or amendments or fixes that you need to make fixed.
Correct.
For sure you will
Correct.
document that, but there's no point documenting stand-up meeting because that's an internal thing, and the same as you don't document, did I write a test or did I write a code?
Yes, yes, correct. But in general, practice without no making minutes of meetings that are related with things done. So if your meeting is related with things done, you should make minutes.
But you just contradict yourself, because previously you say you don't have to describe Scrum Master, Product Owner role, but actually should. And now we start to dig deeper. The 3 minutes of meetings, which are internal.
You don't need to. You don't need to put your internal matters into contract. Yeah.
It's external as well, because Product Owner is your.
Yes, and Scrum Master from the side of team is also external. Internal things you don't need to put into contract or into minutes, but situations when there are, I don't get where you find this contradiction.
You're telling how you do things, because I think the one right thing you told, you need to find the balance. So I think it's a very important topic. We need to
Yes.
listen carefully and find the balance. And what you're saying here might apply to one client and may not apply to another. But then it starts making sense. Because for one client, it's very important to describe what you are saying here, and for others, not. Then you should pay more attention to roles and responsibilities. Because if the client is product owner,
Mm-hmm.
you clearly describe roles and responsibilities for that lady or gentleman, because I've seen many contracts failing on the same.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. Meetings, no one cares about meetings unless it's client related, customer related. So then
Not only client, but if it's related with things done.
then it's sprint review, not latest than that.
It depends how you organize that and how you agree with the client. So contract needs to say how you are proceeding. And in contract, you need to say roles and obligations of each party.
That's why you need to have an experienced agile delivery guy to help in the contract to finding those balance points. It really makes sense, because they just stand up fully. It's not relevant to client. It's what is relevant is sprint review, because it's the endpoint when we deliver something really or not.
Yeah. But anyway, decisions that are taken during sprint need, in my opinion, need to be taken. Yeah. Because if you need to prove how was your process, because in court you may need to prove that you, from a idealistic point of view, no litigation should happen in Agile, because there is no fixed requirements list from the beginning.
But why am I making that assumption? Because I think that's the most misleading assumption that we're making. If you are going time and material contract, which your contract says, I'm buying this company, your man-hour rate is 100 euros or whatever it is, I will ask you to do, then I'm fully okay with you, because I'm paying only for manpower. Like today, if you look at Lithuanian bank is buying projects like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm buying 3,000 man-hours of Java developer, give us. They give, and they have a right to say after 3 days of this guy is not qualified enough, send us another. But that's nothing to do with Agile. That has nothing to do with, it's just time and material contract. It's just both man hours.
Mm-hmm.
If we say we're doing a project, I have never ever seen a project being Agile, not having some kind of specification. requirements defined. And unless, correct me wrong, maybe someone does that, I think the only thing we're discussing, should be discussing, is the way we specify requirements. If in your requirement specification you say that the Rinkimai LT or whatever the page should be done in the governmental secure way, but then the implementator takes the free service from United States, there is nothing to discuss. There is a very clear requirement, which is written in a good way and implemented in a bad way. There is nothing to discuss. And again, diving down here to Sprint, I don't care how they use the process of making that website or whatever, but I care about the result.
But if you are a customer, sometimes you need to be responsible against third parties. We need now Vaigauskas explaining what happened with the system. And he said, everything was tested, and they said for me that everything is working. But in fact, we had problems.
So he's right. When you go to the doctor, do you retest and you get some results? Do you test yourself if your doctor gave you the right explanation of your blood test? Who is responsible there?
When you die, you will not be interested. Exactly. Who is responsible?
The same as with Vaigauskas after a few months. But coming back, what I'm saying, I fully agree that that's responsibility of the IT company, and they didn't do that in the right way.
Yes, but in front of third parties, Vaigauskas is responsible. Correct? Because Vaigauskas can go, yes, and ask, be responsible IT company. But in front of third parties, he's responsible anyway.
But he's the third party, he's the client. So he'll put the IT
for IT, he is client, but for us, he is client. Vaigauskas is client. Correct? We don't know even the IT company. So for us, it's Vaigauskas.
I'm just trying to make my point. I think if we make a decision that, and anyway in community start discussing that Agile contract can start without fixed requirements, I think that's a totally wrong stand. I had a contract, again, the template for contract is in Agile Coach LT as a template contract.
But it's with mistakes, still.
Hopefully, so there's many iterations to make, but that it states you have to have a product backlog in high-level terms. Let's say you have 10 items with prices, and then you stick to them. And then everything goes, so you have requirements.
You have, yeah, but they are not finished.
Requirements are never finished, as we heard in the first talk.
Yes, it's always continuous improvement. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, we need to agree criteria for definition what is done.
One question.
Yeah.
Previous slide, your recommendation is to set the duration of each trip. What is the benefit of that? Just to find which things to accomplish.
Especially if it's changing.
Exactly. So I think it's for the influence side.
If it is not from the point of view from customer, mostly if it is hourly fee, so then I would advise only in this way. If you are doing of time and material, yeah. If you spend, you heard in previous presentations that it took the time even in America to stand up in sitting meetings. So from customer point of view, customer wants that you spend less time, as much as less time.
I would say customer is buying service, yes? The way how we measure it's manpower.
Mm-hmm.
So for him it doesn't matter how many sprints, how long they will take and so on.
Internal things.
It's internal
Yeah,
things.
but probably we're making an assumption that each sprint has to have a deliverable that the client has to accept. So then you're
That's
saying,
another
like,
case.
in the contract you're saying that we will have 2 weeks, so monthly deliverables. Please assign a person who will be sitting in our sprint review every 2 weeks for 2 hours, and then give us a feedback in a week if you want. So basically, the way I would, and again, the way I write my contract is not to say that the sprint length is like that, nothing like that, to say that as a client, you confirm that every 2 weeks on Thursday from 4 to 6 or from 3 to 5, we will have this meeting where you are reviewing the results and either accepting them on the meeting, or you have a week to confirm or make a comment.
I do not agree that for client is the same, how many sprints and when you finish that. Because each finishing of a sprint and its delivering of your results, it's like deed of accepting results. And from that point, from that moment, we have legal consequences. When you deliver results, your customer is responsible for the results from only that moment.
duration is changing?
Duration is important when it's hourly fee, mostly. If it is a hourly fee with your client, and your client wants that is not to be exceeded time, so then then it's from the customer points, I advise that you need to include that. From your point, yes, for you it's better not to include from supplier's side. Definitions done, yes, criteria. When your requirements are done, should be clearly defined in the contract. Because from the moment, as I spoke before, each sprint you deliver product. And so after you deliver, it's you make acceptance. You need to have your client who can accept, and authorized person of the client can accept only that. Yeah, we discussed it a little bit already about pricing methods that can be established, and most popular, as I saw in practice, there are time and material contracts. You may want, as suppliers, may want to provide in contract how can we change the price of an unexpected various situation, and how establish price if situation changes, if sprint is not finished. For client, it is important when the sprint finishes to know sprint terms, to understand that, because from that moment you as a supplier have the right, and this is the same as from taxation point of view, because from taxation point of view, when you finish your stage, you can issue your invoice. It's related with what invoicing, because what invoicing says in I don't remember exactly, but probably Article 69 says that as soon as you finish your services you provide, you need to issue your invoice. So it's sprint, and the duration of sprint is directly related with the term of when you issue your invoice. Of course, if you may agree that only after a full project you can issue, but it's not good for you, because you need to get in advance payments or partial payments. Intellectual property situation is not somehow different in agile projects. They are quite similar, like in other. Just need to be said in contract who owns copyright rights. Does the rights go to the customer, or some rights remain with developer? And if rights remains with developer, so license agreement should be signed with contractor. Yeah, when you sign a contract, you, from the beginning, you think that you will do that till the end, but they may happen situations that you will need to terminate the contract. So this situation also should be foreseen in the contract. When, from the point of view of your customer, of a project owner, it happens, due to the business situation, due to the policies in the company, maybe goal of either a full project or sprint is not more important for him. So you need to see situations and when agreement can be terminated. And situation is more easy from the point of view of customer, unfortunately. Law doesn't provide you many possibilities to terminate contract. Otherwise, client may feel in the middle of not done job. Only for very important reasons, supplier can terminate agreement. So this is very important for you to foresee in the agreement that one of the fundamental obligations of client, as said in the beginning, is client's engagement and participation, and giving his team participating in time when he needs, when you need your client. to say exactly this is fundamental breach if your client doesn't participate as you may need him. This may help you terminate contract, because if you cannot go forward, you need to have right to terminate such contract. Of course, setting up dispute resolution procedures is not that easy, and in practice, theoretically, you can write that what happens, how you solve that internally, then escalate to management team probably, and then to go to arbitration. But in practice, it's quite difficult, especially when you need experts, because you have not so many possibilities to invite experts, because you are good experts of your product, of your situation, and either you need invite from universities, they may be just theoretical, looking from theoretical point of view. You need either you can, or you need to invite your competitors. Yeah. So the situation is from the confidentiality and many points is quite complicated. So in contract, it's better to avoid such situations that you need to invite experts and you need to. But dispute happens, so you cannot avoid such situations. Yeah. And if for dispute resolution, my advice is to provide not court but arbitration, because arbitration is more quick, more confidential. You may have your know-how not public, and sometimes it's cheaper, but not always. Contract should also indicate what are parties' warranties, confidentiality obligations, penalty clauses. They are not very specific in Agile, so I will not probably speak more deeply about them. And so, if you have questions, yeah, please.
Do we have questions? Yes, we have one.
Yeah, so if we speak about arbitrators, so let's say we talk about this ring email and the company. Who should be an arbitrator in their case? Supposedly, if they would decide that they had an arbitrator, if they wrote their contract having in mind that we need an arbitrator, who provides such a service?
I imagine in such situation that between electoral commission, there is a contract with IT company, and let's say there is provided arbitration dispute resolution situation. In this case, I think I even maybe could say person who could be arbitrator. There are in universities usually there are experts of matters they work in. For example, IT contracts, technologists, contracts experts can be invited mostly from universities. For example, as it is a legal matter, I think there are professors in Mykolas Riomeris University because they give reports. So I believe that they can be all from Vilnius University law faculty. They can be invited and to make the reports. Of course, when there is a dispute, each side suggests their own experts. But finally, arbitrator decides which side is right.
There is no dispute. Yesterday on TV, the company guy said we made a mistake.
Yeah, if he publicly acknowledges that, yeah. But he may change still the position.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Assuming we had agreed by using Agile to build a house or whatever, right? And we agreed that we'll do that, in the course of 1 year, for instance, right? But at the end of, this term, you see that the project won't be finished, in time, regardless of what we agreed on, by using sprints, by using, stories. So what happens then? Are the company pinned in some way, or the project is usually extended, or how the situation is handled when it's really not to be finished in time?
If you see as a supplier that project will not finish in time.
Yeah. So what do you do, basically? Of course, you can cry, but...
Base of Agile is communication with client. So in your contract, you need to set up how you solve such situations, because situation may be, yeah, either you don't have enough budget, either you don't have enough time, either something other happens, or even with your employees, you have your development team, and half of your development team went to another competitor. Correct? It may happen. Yes, such situation happens, and in practice quite often, because headhunting is working, and you cannot foresee that situation. So first, I believe that such situations should be solved in both ways with your customer, because agile contract in itself is a relational contract. Both sides are dependent on each other. I would say that even if you haven't provided that in contract, what if? You will not provide all the situations in life what may happen. Just put main principles. Main principles, how you solve unpredictable things. And in this way, your customer who wants to get a result, who wants to do that, you need to speak with your customer. You need to speak and document that, and probably get annexed to the contract and prolong that term. If he is also, if it is actual still for him, the prolonged term, of course it may, in some situations may happen that you need to compensate him, may happen that. And always is best to solve that without disputes and without litigation.
So the time is short, the lunch is warm already. We have last two questions. Vaidas is questioning and commenting all the time. Maybe we have some new guys, no? Very quick one, okay. One quick one and one extra good question, okay? Please, please. Quick one.
I just wanted to ask, because everyone looks for examples, so maybe you have and could share with the Agile Lithuania community an example of a Agile contract that we all could discuss. If you are, for example, saying that the one that's today published on Agile Coach LT is not the best one, which I agree, but maybe you have an example contract you could share, we can publish and discuss and kind of discuss on concrete things, like how this template could look like.
Yes, Vaidas, correct. I have reviewed the contract itself. Beginning is very good, but still it needs to be finished. So I will produce that, and you will have that for Agile.
It's not me.
Not you. Yes, I mean yes, community. Yes, Agile community will have it. Yes.
Well, we have a value. We get the value from this. Okay, last question. Do we have one? You asked already from the new guys. Do you have a question from a new guy?
Yes, you use attorney's service, yeah, today.
One, two. No, okay. You get the last one then.
Okay. So these agile contracts are different from the waterfall contracts in the because there are, how to say, more legal events in the course of the contract. So there are like these acceptances and delegations from one side, from the other. So there are a lot of legal events. Is there some software systems out there who help to track such contracts or manage them, record the events, keep the data?
It's quite technical question, yeah, but. So it's a simple contract management software can do that.
So it's a generic software.
I would say that it may probably, I believe that there are specific, but may how I do myself, I put documents, due date and responsible person, and when due date comes, I see that document on my dashboard, on my Kanban, yes, as you may say, in one place everything.
So thank you, Laimonas Marcinkevičius, for the presentation. Give a round of applause for providing the experience, and here's a bag of goodies. Thank you from Agile Lithuania, and the best thing that we got a promise to get a contract development. Yeah. Thank you. We will be waiting for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Good lunch.
I'm going to present today thing about Scrum and thinking patterns which were not discovered by me, but I kind of mapped those thinking patterns to Scrum practices, and I'm going to tell you about it today. What the? No. No. Why? Okay. Probably I'm going to click like this. Okay, who am I? My name is Dmitry Lebedev. I'm from Riga. There I'm working around 20 years as a developer, as a development manager, tester, Scrum Master, Agile coach for some organizations, and so on. Also, I co-founded a couple of communities. Agile Latvia is my favorite child, another one, and right now I'm helping other communities to grow. I'd like to mention it separately. It's Riga Tech Girls. They are trying to engage more girls and women into IT development. So if anyone is interested, you can contact them. So what is Scrum? What is it? It's kind of a framework which everyone uses these days. It's simple. It's depicted in HBO show Silicon Valley. By the way, how many of you have seen this show? Am I on the wrong conference? What? So, no, just maybe you have enough fun in your daily life, so you don't have to watch it over again over TV. So yeah, Scrum is quite popular, and why it's popular? I guess because it's simple, it has very few rules, has very little of artifacts and roles. It's transparent, so you can apply it easily in your organization. That's what people who sell Scrum are telling you, right? What could possibly go wrong with this simple solution? From my experience, simple rules are quite easily to break or bend at your will or misinterpret. For instance, I asked my 3 years daughter to put on her panties and socks, and I'm not going to turn on cartoons until you do it. So this is how it was looking. He did what I asked her, yeah, but in her kind of own way. So, and unfortunately, the same things are happening with Scrum. I guess there are as many versions of Scrum as many Scrum trainers, or maybe even as many Scrum masters, and so on and so on. By the way, I'm sorry. I'd like to tell you, I understand that you are after the lunch, you are digesting, but if I'll catch someone sleeping, I'll kick him or her, gently but firmly. So, yeah, rules are simple, but we can bend them as we want. So, I'm going to tell you a couple of sentences, and if you agree with it, please raise your hand. So, first, Scrum does not give hint on how to solve problems. Okay, kind of half. Okay, next. Scrum is just another industry hype. So everyone is okay with Scrum. Oh, except me and a couple of wise guys. Okay, Scrum Master training is just 2 or 3 days of brainwashing. Literally, you've been taught that you can solve anything with Scrum. You just do these sprints, plannings, retrospectives, and everything going to be fine, right? I got another example of kind of these easy things you can do whenever you want. Yeah, Olympic weightlifting. You know, nothing is complex about it. All you need is bar and weights, weight plates, and you can lift or snatch or jerk, whatever. You know, if you attend the weightlifting masterclass, it's kind of 3 simple movements. You just have to master them. You can do it even at home, taking the broomstick and doing all these exercises by yourself. And surprise is that by the end you won't be like this guy. Maybe not even after 3 months or 1 year. You and me, of course, will be more like this beautiful lady, lifting this empty bar for half a year. And if we could apply this analogy to your Scrum Master practice, after having this Scrum Master class, you also won't be able to lift the heavy weights. Nobody will give you the critical project with the large budget, or maybe someone will give you, but that means that you are in danger, because either he or she does not understand the conditions, or he or she wants you to fail. So also about this Scrum selling stories, there is a typical pattern how those stories are presented in books, in conferences, and so on. Like when someone is describing the situation before the Scrum, it describes the nastiness, chaos, and so on, bizarre. And then, I don't know. Yeah. Then Scrum Master came, and by starting doing retrospectives, sprint planning, having user stories, everything became nice and polite, and everyone was happy. It also reminds me one practical exercise from drawing. When you need to draw a horse, you starting with a simple structure, you see, nothing is complex about it. And then just by adding few simple stuff, you're getting this, voila. Yeah, that's how I see many Scrum success stories are presented. And the question is, if everything is so simple, why Scrum teams are still failing? By the way, who do you think was driving this car? On the previous conference, the suspect number 1 was this guy. Just because he looks guilty. And top management is wondering what went wrong, how this guy, after 2 days of Scrum master class, could crash the car. Oops, not. And another example, you know, 2 years ago I bought this phone, and recently I found that if at the beginning it was enough charge it every like 40 hours, right now it's enough to charge it like every 18 hours. And I thought maybe I should buy a new one, but let's try first to replace the battery. I replaced the battery, nothing changed. So, and I realized that all those software upgrades in 2 years, they started to consume my battery much faster. So, and I guess the same situation is with classical Scrum, because classical Scrum is 20 years old. And if we ask ourselves, why can't we use Scrum if it's only 20 years old? My question is, are we still using this device? It was a top-notch device at 1996. So, or maybe we should drive still those cars. Or why don't we use this? It's only 20 years old, but somehow it doesn't fulfill what we are expecting from the software. So maybe Scrum also does not do everything we want it to do. Yeah, and also speaking about the differences between application 2 years ago, mobile application 2 years ago, and now, we can also would like to review the organizational context shift in these 20 years. So I started to work in 1997, so it's almost 1 year after Scrum was kind of invented. So it was usually one team per product. Geographical distribution were really rare. Product delivery cadence was years. So if you're paying for something, then you could expect that in 2 years you will get it. And communication was through emails and phone calls. My first boss was calling to somewhere in the middle of nowhere, to Russia, in the middle of Siberia, and screaming in a phone tube. And someone from there was screaming him back, and that's how we made the software those days, how we got our requirements. And the project plans were massive documents. I've seen it in a different company. But anyway, and what do we have now? Now we got multiple teams per one product because products became much bigger. Geographically distributed, you know it by yourself mostly here. As I understood, many people are working together with Scandinavian companies, American, UK companies, and so on. And it's not hard to reach some person on the other side of the globe, even through Google Hangouts, Skype call, or teleconferencing, and so on. Communication is instant. So, and product delivery happens within a weeks, even within a days. Even in my company, there were weeks when we got released into production every day of different components and so on. And project plans are interactive. Right now we are using Wiki because everything changes so fast that it's hard to maintain the plan in Word document. We have to be able to change it instantly and publish it and get the feedback and so on. So, yeah, I tried to depict this organizational shift so you can see it. Are you agree with me or not? Yes, okay, at least someone. So, but the question is, why are we still choosing this old stuff over new fancy stuff, like, I don't know what? Why don't we have too much of alternatives to Scrum? Like, many people are using Kanban, but anyway, okay. So, and what, to your opinion, what is the most important part of the Scrum? Anyone? Not really. Okay, let's have an analogy to some cars, machine. What is the part which is doing the most of the job? Yeah, but for Scrum, it's people. Yeah? And what is the problem with people? Well, they might change, yeah, but different people, if you gather different people within one room, and if you throw them some question, will they agree instantly? Probably not. Probably they will start the discussions and fights, and the one who's stronger and bigger will kill everyone else, and then you'll get kind of state of agreement within a team. Not kill, but maybe suppress everyone. So, and if we are thinking about ourselves as about kind of civilized humans, yeah, this way doesn't work for us, right? We have to kind of find a way to work together, to think how to solve the problem. So, and this is the place where we are coming to systematic patterns of thought. So people do not solve the problems each time in a different way. They have their own ways of solving problems, and this is really what might be called the systematic patterns of thought. And I came to the idea of making talk about this after I read this quote that the problem with corrupted government is not that people who were elected into the government are corrupted. It's a way of thinking. If you choose some random people out of the crowd and put them into the government, next government also will be corrupted as the previous one. So it's our mind and thinking, ways of thinking, making the situation either good or bad. So, and there is a book called Mental Traps by Canadian philosopher Andrei Kukla, and he's listing 11 mental traps with funny names like persistence, amplification, fixation, reversion, and so on and so on. And I'm going to tell you about them a little bit, and also I will give the examples of how they intersect with this stuff. Scrum in its nutshell. Are you familiar with that picture? Raise the hands who's familiar. Not so many. Okay. But we can distill this picture to the simple one and the one which you already seen today. Yes, it's we are doing the planning, then we are doing something, then we are checking, and then we are adjusting according to the problems we found and so on. So, and in this kind of framework, first mental trap to review will be persistence. As you know, on the Easter Island, these big stone heads were built for centuries or even millennium, but the ultimate purpose of it were lost during this amount of time, but people still kept building those stone heads and putting them, and they just extinguished all these forests on the island, and ended up with no wood, and it was quite poor place to live until the tourists started to come there. So what is persistence? The persistence is when you keep doing something regardless of the result. So in this circular picture, I tried to streamline it. You plan something to build the head. You're doing it, you checking or not checking the result, but it does not affect, it doesn't push you to adjust your behavior and so on. Also, this thing is quite popular within programmers. Like I heard a lot of them saying, "Oh yeah, we did this application. We built this application that way, so let's keep doing it this way." And regardless of the fact that they built it wrong, and it was like 10 years ago, so right now we kind of need to adjust, but they're refusing. So they're persistent in their programming techniques or framework choice and so on, but it's a kind of mental trap. Next one is amplification. When you're using unproportionally large efforts to solve the problem. The classic example of it was given by Gojko Adžić. He told the story when the company he was working for decided that they need to implement IP geolocation feature into their product, and they started to brainstorm it. They created the kind of work breakdown structure. They estimated in half a year, and afterwards, after these 5 whys questions, developers discovered that all they need is to show to users some relevant to their location information. And users are authorized in the system through their Facebook account, where they specifying where do they live. So they took this information from the Facebook account of the user. It took them 2 days to implement and test, and that's how they reduced the amount of work from half a year to 2 days. Next one is fixation. When you probably, how many of programmers are here? Okay. So probably someone find, at least for me, it was a couple of times when I'm fixing myself on writing, on finishing this code, and even I feel that I want to go to the toilet, but I feel rushed, so I have to finish it. Probably this situation happens on a larger scale when a team is fixated to finish something regardless of the other needs of the customers, of the product department, and so on. And probably when they are coming to the team response is like, we are in the middle of the sprint, we committed to that goal, so go away and come back in 2 weeks. Or maybe 3 weeks, and so on. So I guess it's also kind of hurting your Scrum. So it's better, if something goes wrong, it's better to cancel your sprint and revisit your plans. So, reversion. It's a situation when you're riding a dead horse. You might not notice that the horse is dead, so you keep pushing it forward, and some most persistent people are succeeding with that, like a couple of centimeters forward, but it's still a movement. And they are trying to use different programming technique, management technique, but if the horse is dead, the best approach to step off it. What it means in terms of our Scrum. Somehow the product or the feature is a failure, but people are trying to push it forward anyway. I got my own experience when our product owner asked us to build a feature which would allow users to download all the case photos within one file. So, and we were understanding that it's not necessary, nobody will use that, but product owner was quite consistent about this, and he was pushing us forward, despite everyone else except him, even the users were not so sure about this feature. So we built this feature, 3 people, 2 weeks, and after half a year, I checked how many times this feature was used. It was like 10 times, and 7 of them were used during the testing. So actually, 2-person week for one usage. anticipation. When someone in your team cannot hold himself back and rushing into writing the code. Person probably not quite interested about planning, about good user stories. He or she understands everything perfectly, so let's skip this useless sprint planning. I know what I need to write, and he's rushing into this. And in my team, this person is usually me. So when I became a Scrum Master, I have to push myself a little bit back. So right now I'm not so anticipating to write the code, but anyway. The problem is that even if everything is crystal clear to you, it might not be so clear to your product owner, to your customers, so you have to ask them. Even if it's kind of formality, but you have to ask them, do you want me to build this and that? And only if they reply, yes, yes, exactly, then you can rush into the coding. Otherwise, you will do something, present it, and they will be like, we didn't ask for this and for that, and probably you will have to start from the beginning. So it's better to wait a little bit than redo all the work. Resistance. It's usually happens in the organizations where Scrum is pushed from the top, and people are scared of those changes they're holding for their places, so they do not push back, but they're trying to resist all those changes. They're saying, no, we did just fine without your Scrum, with just... So, and when you find yourself that you are kind of against some changes, you have to ask yourself why. Because it might be just fear of the unknown, and it prevents you from trying this new thing. So you don't accept, instead of doing things and moving forward and adjusting, you finding the new arguments why this stuff will not work. And we got a lot of discussions about that, and I found that it's quite common that people rather would spend half a day discussing why this thing will not work than spend 1 hour to try how it's working or not. So next, procrastination. That's my favorite mental trap. It's usually happening when I have a lot of plans and all of them are great, but I don't know which one I need to start with. And also, it's hard to pick one right action because everything is so big. And sometimes teams are also spending a lot of time on planning, so we have to understand everything right, so we don't have to rush into the coding and so on and so on. But at a certain point, they become kind of procrastinating. They spend much more time avoiding to start than rather discussing what they need to in order to start. Division. Also my favorite one, because the company asked me to be a Scrum Master, but also they want to see me writing the code. So, and I found myself that it's hardly work for me, at least, because when I'm doing my Scrum Master job, I'm spending much more time with other people and helping them to write the code. And when I'm going back to my computer, I'm really exhausted and I don't want to write any code. Or when I'm starting the day with writing the code, I'm trying to push away everyone who's asking me for help or for advice or for peer review and so on. And they're doing on their own, and after that, okay, as a Scrum Master, I'm failing. So here it looks like team is trying to divide their time on too many stuff, on too many activities. In the acceleration, yeah, it's when someone who knows everything about what you kind of need to do, rushing forward to finish this task or feature or user story, ignoring his other colleagues, and usually those shortcuts end quite bad for the team because this rushing forward guy ignoring acceptance criteria, definition of done, and so on, just to finish the task and pick the next one. In regulation, it's a kind of completely mental thing. Yeah, when you're discussing Scrum practices, someone usually picking up when you have sprint planning, for instance, but someone is asking the question, when do we start doing estimations? Well, we did it once, we did it twice, we did it three times in a row, but then we discovered that our estimation sucks and we can deliver only 30% of what we have planned for the sprint. So that's how we discovered that our estimates are pretty bad. And we stopped wasting time on them, but still someone was asking, oh, how can we live without estimation? Scrum requires estimation. So you have those rules only in your mind. Scrum is quite flexible, and if you think that until you improve something in your Scrum process, you need to abandon this estimation, since it's a waste of time right now, you can do it. Another side of the same problem is formulation. When you got the formula in your mind and you're trying to apply this formula everywhere. As a Scrum Master, I don't have to intervene with team's decision. As a Scrum Master, I don't have to write the code and so on. But sometimes you have to intervene, sometimes you have to write the code and so on. So, how to avoid those mental traps? Probably the best advice is to follow this pattern of thinking. So you're planning something, you're doing something, then you're reviewing what you have done, and then you're adjusting your behavior or your actions. So, and you should have focused yourself on a goal. And entire team should have focus, the same focus. Our usual question in our team was like, within a day, what can we do in order to move ourselves closer to this goal? And usually we were throwing away all tasks which were just a waste of time, which didn't help us to reach the goal. Also, it might be good to learn a few new things as a large-scale Scrum, because some problems are not coming from inside of the team, some problems are coming from the organization itself. Also, when you have some problems within your team, it's good to know about 5 dysfunctions of the team described by Patrick Lencioni. I'm not going to tell you about this, so you can check yourself. System thinking, it's a way of understanding complex problems or complex solutions. And nonviolent communication is just a way to speak to people and understand what they're trying to tell you and so on. Also, it's good to revisit some classics like Peopleware, Mystical Man Months, and Death March. So, who read any of the books? Of course you did. Of course you did. Yeah, and maybe if you want to have some starting point, I highly recommend you to check the book of Zuzi Shokhova from Czech Republic. She just combined most of the things I was talking about into the Kindle book Great Scrum Master. So they're just nice aggregation of all the techniques, of all the approaches to the Scrum team, to solving Scrum problems, and so on. So, also feel free to connect with me, and I guess that's all from me today.
So thank you, Dimitri, for great, I would say, philosophical, critical, and funny presentation. And we have 10 minutes for questions and answers, I hope. Do we have any? I believe that we do. Please raise your hand. No questions.
Previous time I was giving this talk, the one guy asked, so, do you think the Scrum is completely useless? So, does anyone think that Scrum is completely useless after this talk? No?
Can you raise your hands if you think that Scrum is completely useless? No? Can I ask this? I have one question. So, you were giving examples with the Windows, you know, with automobiles, cars, and let's say we had Windows 95 20 years ago. You know. Do we have a Scrum version 5 or version 2010? Is it evolving? Do you see any rules changing?
Not really, not really, because I think that Scrum is flexible enough to adapt to modern world. You just don't have to follow the book blindly. You have to adapt it to your needs, and also there are a lot of practices around the Scrum, like this SAFE framework, which Daryl was talking about, LESS framework promoted, a lot of visualizing tools which are helping to monitor the progress of the Scrum team, and so on.
Thanks. And now, what about any questions? I promise I'll give a present. No, I don't have one. Really? Come on, please. Should I ask another one?
Okay.
So, you were giving very different concepts, philosophical concepts, or how we say mental traps. Yeah? And you say that you are the background of those mental traps. You had a list of 10 or so, I believe.
11.
11, yeah. You were using philosophical work.
Yeah, but it's, yes.
And, can I ask, did you find any other from your own experience? Can you adapt something? Maybe there's more to it.
Probably it's just a classification of some problems. We can invent any other classification we would be pleased to invent. For me, it's I got another idea to list kind of Scrum Master fallacies. I mean, false beliefs, like Scrum Master believes that his organization understands what Scrum is for. For instance, but it's rather kind of organizational trap for the Scrum Master. So I think that depends on the angle you're looking into the problems with the Scrum team. Your classification of these problems might change quite drastically. So do not stick to those 11 mental traps. You can find your own classification of the problems and so on.
Thanks. Okay, maybe you now have a question. Oh,
Finally.
Yeah. No present, thank you. So you said that you are working as a Scrum Master in your company and also as a developer. Do you think that you should stick to only like being a full-time Scrum Master, or being a part of as a team member is still something that you can do and like divide these?
Actually, I'm not a Scrum Master anymore, already 2 weeks. Company decided to merge two teams together, and there will be only one Scrum Master, so I dedicated to coding activity 100% of my time. But I understand your question, and I got the example for you. We got also one person who was combining several roles, and first her role was product owner, second role was tester, and the third role was second line of customer support. And when, as a second line of person from second line of customer support, she was receiving the problem with from the customers, as a product owner, she was instantly raising the priority of this one above the all, and the team was disrupted doing what the product owner told them, and so on. For me, situation was kind of similar, because any activity you're dedicating yourself to is like a gas. It can take the whole of volume. This activity can take all of your time. So I think that if we trying to divide those activities, it will be unproductive, because I've seen like 10 years ago there was a kind of a paper, scientific one, which was telling that if you have two concurrent activities and you're switching between them all the time, you're spending on each of them only 40% of your time. And if you got three activities running in parallel, you're spending on each of them only 20% of your time. And if you got four, you do not kind of complete any of them in reasonable time. So I think that Scrum Master role is a dedicated role for dedicated person. So the guy or girl should not do anything else except this. And for me, it was hard because I like coding and I also like being a Scrum Master. So I was always pulling myself into two different directions. So I'm always was feeling that if not this coding, I could do this and that as a Scrum Master. And when I started to do this and that, I felt that if not this and that, I could write a nice feature and so on. So it's kind of hard for, maybe not for anyone, but at least for me. Okay? Out of the questions. Thanks for not sleeping, actually. And thanks for the present.
So the next speech will be from Leonard, who was so... Where is Leo? Where are you? You're here. Thank you, Leo, for giving us this presentation, because, well, we planned to have another speaker, but he fell ill, and we have an introduction to Agile and Scrum by Leo. So hello everyone, this will be the last presentation of the second hall. All the next presentation will be happening in the main hall after this one. And for the last presentation, I would like to invite Leonard Robey, and he will present us the basics of Agile. And the presentation will be in Lithuania, lietuviškai, ne? Šiandien angliškai daug kalbėjom, šiandien dabar lietuviškai
Galim
pradėsim.
prie gimtosios pagaliau grįžti, ne? Kalbos. So if there is anybody who doesn't understand Lithuanian, so the presentation will be in Lithuanian, you can do your tasks, yeah, if you don't understand, or go to another presentation. Okay, aš tiesiog, mano tai vienai pirmųjų prezentacijų didesniai publikai ir didesniam renginiui, todėl aš dėl jaudinimosi, dėl savo žinių anglų dar nepasiruošęs kalbėti angliškai, tai sorry dėl to, bet manau nedidelė problema, kad lietuviškai kalbėsiu Lietuvoje ir kur dauguma lietuviai konferencija atėjo. Ok, tai supažindinimas su Agile projektų valdymu. Tai iš principo, ką aš noriu šiandien papasakot jum, tai apskritai, kas tas Agile'as, toks visiškas basicas, kodėl tai veikia, apie ką tai ir panašiai. Tai kas aš toks, ką aš veikiu, tai šiuo metu aš dirbu kompanijoje Locatorį, tai yra Avia Solution Group, viena iš įmonės grupių. Užsiemam programavimu iš esmės pozicionuojam save, bet mūsų produktas pagrindinis yra marketplace'as, kur pirkėjai pardavėjai gali avia detalėm prekiauti ir tarpusavėje susirišti. Taip pat aš atstovauju Agile Lietuva asociaciją, aš esu valdybos narys ir atsakingas šiais metais buvau už Agile valstybiniam sektoriui renginį Agile pusryčiai ir Agile Turas Vilnius. Sertifikuotas product owneris, Scrum meistras, IC Agile'as, profesionalas, daug renginių suorganizavęs esu, iš principo entuziastas ir Lietuvoje skatinu Agile'ą, jo naudojimą, skatinimą ir viešinimą. Šiek tiek apie mane, dabar truputį apie tai, ką mes šiandien veiksim, tai kad ant to paties on the same page, ne, kaip anglai sako, būtume, tai susitarsim, kas yra projektas, kad žinotume, apie ką mes kalbam. Pabandysim programėlę sukurti virtualiai, ne, mano prezentacijose. Apskritai papasakosiu, kas tai Agile, su kuo tai valgoma ir apie ką tai, kodėl, kaip tai veikia. Tai yra skėtinis terminas, po juo palenda daug įvairių dalykų, tai vat papasakosiu, kas ten būna ir kaip yra, ir kodėl Agile'as apskritai veikia. Tai pagrindiniai dalykai ir turiu paminėti Vaidą, dėl to, kad aš iš jo pasiėmiau skaidrių, tai tiesiog jis leidžia savo skaidrės pernaudoti, tiesiog turi paminėti Vaidą kaip skaidrių savininką. Tai šiek tiek dabar norėčiau susipažinti su jumis, tai padarysim trumpą tokį pratimuką, kuris šiek tiek pagyvins jūs, nes žmonės, kai juda fiziškai, tai šiek tiek smegenys pradeda geriau dirbti. Tai jeigu galit, atsistokit visi. Ir klausimas pirmas, tai kas girdėjote apie Agile'ą? Tai jeigu galit, atsisėskit tie, kas girdėjot. Jo, turbūt ne iš tos pusės pradėjau, ne? Tai galim dabar su rankom. Atsistojom, biškį pasportavom, tai iš principo, kas aktyviai naudojate Agile'ą, tai jeigu galit, atsisėskit. Noriu pamatyti tie, kas mažiau naudoja Agile'ą. O, yra keletas žmonių, kurie jau žino, kas tai ir aktyviai naudoja. Bandėte naudoti Agile'ą, kas? Tai irgi atsisėskite. Jo, ir tiesiog čia liko vat, tie, kas dar tiesiog girdėję, bet dar aktyviai neišbandę, tai tiesiog noriu susipažinti, kad žinočiau, kokia publika ir kur akcentą daugiau dėti. Tai ačiū, galima prisėsti ir tiesiog gal ranką, jeigu galit, pakelkit, tai programuotojai, kas yra, kiam procentų, testuotojai, irgi šiek tiek yra, analitikai, projektų, architektai, nėra projektų vadovai, product owneriai galbūt, jeigu naudojate Scrumą, vadovai kažkokio vieno kito lygio. Dėkui. Tolyn. Tada, kas yra projektas vystyk, ne? Tai kokių minčių, kas turite, gal galit pasidalinti, žinot, apibrėžimas, gal kažkas apibrėžimą žinot. Tai iš PMI, Project Management Institute, tai projektas yra laikinas dalykas, ne? Ir unikalus. Tai yra tam tikrą laiko tarpą vykstantis laikinas dalykas, kuris turi tam tikrus tikslus ir ką reikia pagaminti ir yra inputai, outputai tie vadinami, ne? Kita organizacija irgi pasaulinio lygio, lygiai tą patį panašiai sako, tik tai kitais žodžiais, tai unikalus, laikinas, outputai, outcome ir panašiai. Tai tiesiog, kad suprastume, jeigu mes kalbam apie projektą, tai yra laikina ir tai yra unikalu, taip, kažkas naujo sukuriama projekto metu. Kaip jums atrodo šitoj vietoj gamyba automobilių tai yra projektas? Kas mano, kad tai yra projektas? Niekas. 2, 3, 4. Kaip? O kas mano, kad tai yra ne projektas, ne? Jo, šiek tiek irgi. Kodėl tai yra projektas? Kas kelia ranką? Ilgai gamins, ne? Po vieną, jeigu galima, ne? Ilgai gamins, ne? Nuo pradžių iki pabaigos. O kodėl ne projektas, kas? Tas produktas, ne? Tas pats per tavo. Bet jeigu kitą variklį įdeda, jau kitas. Dėl software developmento projektas čia ar produktas? Projektas. Kas? Kam atrodo? Produktas irgi. Galima ir taip vertinti, ne? Žiūrint iš kurios pusės žiūrėsi, ne? Taip, ta prasme, it depends. Ir namų statyba, projektas, daug jau sutinkančių yra, o kas mano, kad čia ne projektas, o gamyba, yra tokių. Jo, čia irgi galima, ne, pažiūrėti, kad jeigu vienodi namai, tai gal čia jau gamyba kažkokia, ne, standartinė. Tai šiek tiek apie procesą, sudėtingumą jo, tai, yra skalė, ne, tai yra pakankamai aiškus dalykai ir mažiau aiškus, ir čia mes turime sutarimą irgi, kad žinom, ką darom, labai aišku, ką reikia padaryti ir viršui mes turim, kad visiškai neaišku. Ir atsiranda natūraliai tam tikros zonos, kurios turi pavadinimus, tai čia viskas yra paprasta, aišku, žinoma, ką reikia daryti, kaip daryti ir panašiai. Complicated, tai jau šiek tiek yra sudėtingiau, ne, kintamųjų yra daugiau ir tai tampa ne taip trivialu ir paprasta kažką padaryti, pagaminti ir vykdyti. Ir toliau atsiranda zona kompleks, tai šiek tiek šiandien buvo užsiminta kai kuriuose prezentacijose apie tai, kad kažkur kompleksiniai dalykai nėra paprasti ir trivialūs. Ir anarchija, kur nieko neaišku, R&D įvairūs ir panašiai. Kaip jums atrodo projektas, kurioje vietoje turėtų atsirasti šitoje vietoje? Complicated, simple, complex. Kompleksą, ne? Šitai? Dar minčių kažkokių? Kažkas kitaip galvoja? Jo, tai iš principo programinės įrangos gamyba, jo, tai atsiranda kompleksinis dalykas, tai yra ten daug nežinomųjų ir yra kompleksinis reikalas. Kaip jums atrodo gamyba standartinė, kurioje vietoje turėtų šitoj skalėje atsirasti? Simple, girdėjau. Jo, tai ten viskas aišku. Šiek tiek gali būti sudėtingesni dalykai, ne, ten daugiau visko, bet, iš principo tai yra gamyba. Ir čia mes turim iš principo startupus, tai kur kažką norim, viziją turim, reikia padaryti, bet nežinom nei kokiam technologijom mes tai darysim, nei ką reikia konkrečiai padaryti, kad tai atsitiktų, ko mes norim, tai ten tokia jau erdvė, kur anarchija, nieko neaišku, kaip kas vyksta ir panašiai. Ok, tai šiek tiek apie tradicinį, projektų valdymą, tai kaip esame pripratę, jau atprantam taip dirbti, nes ateinam į tokias konferencijas, bet iš principo dar nemažai yra dirbančių pagal tradicinį būdą. Tai turim mokytoją, tarkim, kuriai reikia, jinai turi galvoj tokį paveiksliuką, jai reikia programinės įrangas, kurią jinai nori panaudoti, mokydama vaikus saugaus eismo. Tai jinai turi kažkokią idėją, jinai ateina pas programuotojus, ten įmonę ar freelancerį, jo, ir papasakoja, tai susirašom tradiciškai viską, ką mes žinom, turim, galim, išgaunam iš mokytojos, tada kažkas atsisėda, suprojektuoja, primeta, kaip tai turėtų atrodyti, tai kaip ir viskas šitoje vietoje tvarkoj pas mus. Ir atiduodam į gamybą, gaminam, kiekvienas programuotojas ten gauna kažkokią atskirą užduotį, ir jis ją pagamina. Ir tada tenka suintegruoti, viską kartu ir gaunam rezultatą. Turėjom reikalavimus ir iš jų turim galutinį produktą. Viskas tvarkoj? Mokytoja patenkinta, ne? Kažkas negerai? Kas negerai? Kuri mašina? Šita? Ne ten, ne? Čia avarija? Čia jokios avarijos nėra, čia viskas. Važiuoja jos dar. Ja, okei. Šuniukas irgi turbūt neturėtų gatvėje būti ten, kai kas vaikai pastebi, kad vairuotojo čia trūksta, ne? Namai be langų. Fonas, ten, okei. Čia eismo, saugaus eismo, produktas, tai ten gal į tas detalės neina. Tai tradiciniai projektai, tai kaip šaudimas, iš patrankos. Senais gerais laikais turim patranką, turim į kažką pataikyti, patranką, šaunam, sakiau. Okay. Ir kartais pasiseka pataikom, kartais pasiseka nepataikom, tada šaunam dar kartą, ir bandom tą taikinį kaip ir pataikyti. Bet pakeliui atsiranda tam tikrų niuansų, ir ne visada yra taip, kaip mes tikimės, kad bus. Vėjas, lietus, kažkas dar atsitinka, pasirodo taikiniai juda kartais, jeigu jie nėra pilis ar kažkas panašaus. Kaip? Dvejinasi, jo, tais laikais sakinių nebuvo, Tai pagrindinės prielaidos, su kuriuom dirbama, su tais tradiciniais projektais, tai yra klientas žino, ko nori. Tai yra, mes tikimės, kad klientas pilnai gali atpasakoti ir žino, ko jam reikia ir žino, kaip tai padaryti. Toliau programuotojai žino, kaip tai sukurti, tai irgi tokia iš prielaidų, kad specialistai, programuotojai, jie viską turi žinoti, jiegi kompiuteriais dirba. Ir trečias dalykas, niekam pakeliui nepasikeis niekas, tai vėlgi tokios prielaidos leidžia mum daryti tą nuoseklų krioklinį, waterfall projektą ir jis taip ir yra sukurtas ir yra aprašytas, kad kai mes turim 3 šitas prielaidas, viskas aišku, viskas tvarkoj, surenkam visus reikalavimus, vykdom kažką, gaminam, ir turim galutinį rezultatą, kuris yra tinkamas, veikiantis, nes viskas tvarkoje aprašyta. Ir laiko prasme, tai gali būti galbūt taip atrodyti. Daug planuojam laiko, paskui kažkiek vystom, ir įdomiausia dalis būna, turbūt stabilizavimas, kai visi susėda, nedaug dievė penktadienis dar, jeigu release ten kažkokį didesnį darom, ir būna smagu. Tai pagal knygą, tai atrodo taip, Susirinkom reikalavimus, dizainą padarėm, įgyvendinam, ir turim rezultatą. Kai prie kiekvieno dalyko dirba tam tikro lygio specialistai, ir dažnai įmonėse taip ir yra sukurtos įmonės ir struktūra, kad yra kažkokie skyriai, programuotojų skyriai, testuotojų skyriai, analitikai ten ir panašiai. Ir prasideda štai toks, sakykime, žaidimas, darbų mėtymas, kad mes padarėm savo darbą, atidavėm, ir ten viską sudokumentavom tvarkingai, perdavėm. Kiti pradeda dirbti, kas atsitinka, kažkokios klaidos, kažkas nedadaryta, kažko trūksta, neiškumai, grąžina atgal. Jeigu viskas tvarkoj, ten po kelių iteracijų viskas peršoka tolin. Ir taip mes žaidžiam, kol galiausiai viskas nueina iki dokumentaciją, viskas protestuojama, tai užtrunka pakankamai ilgai. Ir atsiranda tokie ne visai teisingi ir geri dalykai, gal ir teisingi ir geri, bet jie ne visada veikia, Tai atsiranda tas dalykas, kad surašykime viską, ką galime. Tai yra, kadangi mums nepavyko šį kartą padaryti visko teisingai, tai kitą kartą mes vietoj 200 turbūt puslapių rašysim 300 specifikaciją. Tada jau detalesnė bus negu 200, tai matyt geresnis projektas bus. Tokia prielaida dažnai daroma, O dokumentacija paskui ten kiekvienas lapukas, ten dideli kiekiai dokumentacijos pasirašytų, kas kam perdavė, ką perdavė, tai reikalingi tam, kad paskui apsisaugoti galima būtų lengvai, Kad jūs neparašėt, tai mes ir nepadarėm, o mes norėjom, bet neužrašėt ir panašiai. Tai atsiranda tokie mėtymaisi. Toliau, apie funkcionalumą kalbant, tai yra 2-2 metų duomenys. Aš tiesą pasakius vėliau naujesnius duomenys pateiksiu, bet iš principo šitą diagramą, jeigu kažkas jau domėjęsis Agile, tai matęs, tai iš principo buvo pamatuota ir pasižiūrėta, o kiekgi iš tikrųjų funkcionalumo apskritai programinėje įrangoje yra panaudojama sukurtoj programinėje įrangai. Tai kaip matote, tokia įdomi dalis, kad 5% iš principo nenaudojama apskritai ir 19 retai naudojam. Tai pilnai mes gaunam 4% tiesiog bereikalingo funkcionalumo, kurį reikia aptarnauti, prižiūrėti, testuoti, kažką su juo daryti, apie jį kalbėtis su kažkuo ir panašiai. Klientui, aišku, man atrodo, kad visko visada reikia, bet reikia žiūrėti iš tos pusės, kad ar tikrai to reikia ir apie ką Agile sako, kad koncentruokimės būtent į tai, kas reikalingiausia, naudojama ir kasdieniai veikloje. Tai kas čia atsitinka? Kai mes turim tiek nenaudojamo arba retai naudojamo funkcionalumo, pas mus atsiranda tokia įdomi kreivė, produktas pradeda darytis kompleksiškas ir sudėtingas dėl būtent tų nenaudojamų dalykų. Tai yra klientui iš principo būtų užtekę dažnai šitų 3 dalių ir mes galėtume kodinti ir programuoti pakankamai nedaug funkcionalumo ir jį išlaikyti, prižiūrėti ir tinkamai su juo dirbti. Bet kadangi mes pridedam daug papildomų, nežinau, bereikalingų integracijų, naujo kodo funkcionalumų, pas mus atsiranda taip vadinamas, angliškai tai vadinasi technical debt, ne? Kai kodas, spageti kodas atsiranda, ne? Kai reikia daug greitai pagaminti, mes neprisižiūrim, nespėjam ir panašiai, ir kompleksiškumas auga. Ir atsiranda bėda, kad tą aptarnauti reikia kažkam. Tai iš principo apie tai ir eina kalba, kad produktyvumą norint padidinti, tai tiesiog nedarykime to, ko nereikia, nes pusė kliento prašomų kažkokių funkcionalumų bus nenaudojami. Tai ar esat kas nors apskritai žinot savo produkto panaudojamumą, ne, funkcionalumą? Kažkas stebi tokią statistiką savo produktą? Šiek tiek. Ir kaip?
Yra tokių funkcijų, kurių nenaudoja, arba klaidų, kurių net taiso.
Ir ką jūs su jom darot?
Ilgainiui rankom apsidoroja.
Okay. Čia kažkoks bankas irgi ten pasikeitė įstatymas, ne, ir įgyvendino naują įstatymo ten kažkokią normą ir tiesiog funkcionalumas atsirado banke, nes to įstatymas reikalauja. Ir iš principo čia Vaidas pasakojo, ne, jis konsultavo tą banką, ir jis klausė, o tai gerai, funkcionalumą jūs pagaminote, o tai senas funkcionalumas, kur dingo. Ne, tai jis kodė ir liko, ne. Tai, to kam išimti? Papildomi darbai, ne, bet paskui kažkas ant to funkcionalumo užlipa ir atsiranda įvairios bėdos. Tai kartais verta pamastyti, ne, ar reikia laikyti viską savo kode ir jeigu kažko nebereikia, tai matyt reikėtų pašalinti. Tam reikia skirti, aišku, papildomai laiko. Tai statistika, ne, projektų sėkmės, nesėkmės ir challenged, tai reiškia susidūrė su tam tikrais sunkumais. Arba nelaiku spėjo, arba biudžetas per didelis buvo, taip. O kitos kaip ir aiškios dalis, kad laiku pagaminta, sėkmingai ir feilino. Tai čia yra kalba apie tradicinį waterfallinį projektų valdymą ir statistiką apie juos. Tai kaip matote, statistika nėra džiuginanti, ne, ir žiūrint į šitą dalį, tai nenorėčiau patekti pas gydytoją turbūt, kuris daro broko tiek, ne. Ten ant stalo važiuoji operacinio ir pasikalbi su gydytoju, tai kiek pas tave broko būna, ne? Ai, biški būna. 25 procentai. Gal yra vis tik viltis, ne? Kažkaip geriau kažką daryti. Tai, iš tikrųjų, Agile'as viena, ne, iš tų vilčių, kuri gali pagelbėti šitą vietą. Ir Standish grupas, jis kiekvienais metais daro reportą ir jie turi pakankamai didelę duomenų bazę. Čia neparašiau, vakare dariau. Tai čia virš 10 000 projektų yra patikrinama. Tai situacija yra tokia, ne, yra waterfall'o projektai, 11, 60, 29, jeigu nesimato, ir vykdant pagal Agile'ą, iteracinių inkrementinių būdų projektus, tai rezultatai šiek tiek skiriasi. Kaip matote, challenged yra tas pats, panašus procentas, bet šitie yra pakankamai skirtingi. Tai vis tik Agile yra kažkas tokio, ne, kas padeda geriau daryti ir įgyvendinti projektus, suvaldyti. Tai kas tas Agile'as, ne? Tai yra skėtinė savoka, ne, ir po ją daug įvairių metodų palenda, bet iš principo, nuo ko jis prasidėjo, tai yra susirinko protingi dėdės ir tetos, ne, paslidinėti Jūtoj 2001 ir jie suprato, kad jie projektus daro kažkaip kitaip. Ir jie norėjo visą tai aprašyti ir kažkokį sukurti standartą, ne standartą, bet informaciją pateikti plačiai visuomeniai, kad chebra susipažintų su tais dalykais ir iš principo kažkokias gairias padarytų. Tai jie priėjo prie štai tokių 4 gairių, kurios yra pagrindiniai Agile bokštai, ne, ant kurių Agile'as pastatytas. Tai yra žmonės svarbiau yra ir vertinami labiau nei procesas, įrankiai, veikianti programinė įranga labiau nei dokumentacija, bendravimas su klientu labiau už kontraktus, nors turėjome ne paskaitą prieš tai čia apie kontraktus. Nu, reikia kontraktų, sutikime šiais laikais. Tai vat, pagrindinės tezės, beje, čia raudonai oranžiniai pažymėti žmonės Agile Tour'e Lietuvoje buvo ir kalbėjo, tai jeigu norit jų kalbas išgirsti, tai galite agile.lt užeiti ir mūsų pasižiūrėti video, kuriuos mes Agile Tour'e darom. Tai tikrai geros kalbos ir žmonės protingi ir teisingus pateikia dalykus. Judrumo manifestas, ne? Agile manifestas, tai šiek tiek apie ką jis. Tos pačios 4 tezės, bet trumpai apie kiekvieną iš jų. Tai žmonės labiau ir bendradarbiavimas vertinamas už procesus ir įrankius. Tai vėlgi, Agile'as nesako, kad šitos dalies nereikia. Taip? Nes daug kas pradžioj interpretavo, kad va čia yra svarbiausia, o čia jau belenkaip. Tai ne, procesas ir įrankiai yra svarbus, ne, ir jie reikalingi, bet vėlgi tai nėra pagrindiniai dalykai, kurie veda procesą ir patį Agile į priekį. Žmonės ir jų bendravimas turi būti teisingi žmonės, turi būti teisinga komunikacija ir tai yra žymiai svarbiau negu sekti procesą ir turėti tinkamus įrankius. Veikianti programinė įranga labiau nevertinama, tai klientui reikalingas iš principo veikiantis daiktas. Tai, kad jis turės krūvą dokumentacijos ir prastai veikiant čia programinė įranga, tai klientui iš to naudos jokios nėra. Tai Agile'as tą ir sako, kad orientuokimės į tai, kad mes pateiktume veikiančią ir tinkamą programinę įrangą. Bendradarbiavimas su klientu tai yra žymiai efektyvesnis, ne būdas pasiekti tinkamo rezultato, negu vesti dėrybas ir kažkokius kontraktus dėrėtis. Bet iš principo, visi suprantam, šiuolaikiniai visuomeniai gyvenam, kad be to mes toli nenueisim, bet tai nereiškia, kad to nereikia ir galima žodžiu pasitikėti žmonėmis. Ne. Tai reikalinga, bet labiau vertinam bendravimą ir skatinam bendrauti su klientu labiau. Reagavimas į pokyčius, tai vėlgi planas jis yra reikalingas, tai nereiškia, kad sėdam darom ir kažką belenkaip, bet planą susidėliojam, pasidarom ir pagal jį dirbam, bet jeigu yra kažkokie pokyčiai, tai turėtume juos atsižvelgti ir tai yra svarbiau negu vykdyti planą taip, kaip buvo suplanuota. Grįžtam prie tos pačios programinės įrangos nekūrimo mokytojai. Tai kaip galėtų pagal Agile tai atrodyti? Ne? Pirma iteracija. Agile sako, dirbkime inkrementiniais, iteratyviais inkrementiniu būdu, iteratyviu inkrementiniu ir darykime iteracijom. Tai pirma iteracija galėtų taip atrodyti, ne? Viskas čia tvarkoj, kaip ir pabaigtas, ne dalykas. shippable increment, jo, tai turim pabaigtą, pilną, gerą dalyką. Kažkas galėtų ginčytis, galbūt ten automobilis ne toj pusėje važiuoja, ne, jeigu tai yra Anglijos mokykla. Nu, bet iš to mes po truputį prie to prieisime. Tai antra iteracija, kas galėtų būti, tai motociklas neatsiranda ant kelio. Tada mokytoja pamačiusi sako, dėja, bet gal kitą pusę turėtų važiuoti, ne, nes čia ne vienpusis eismas. Na ir atitinkamai dirbdami su klientu ir jam rodydami produktą, mes gaunam greitą feedbacką ir tokiu būdu mes gaminame tai, ko reikia, ne klientui. Trečia iteracija, ketvirta iteracija ir po truputį papildom savo pradinį produktą jau naujais funkcionalumais. Na ir turim pagamintą kažkokią idėją, kurios reikėjo mokytojai. Tai yra procesas, kuris įgalina mus arba siūlo gaminti produktą dalimis ir prieaugiais. Po truputį auginti tai, ką padarome pradžioj. Ir tai galėtų būti kaip analogas, raketa valdoma, tai tą patį turim kažkokį taikinį, kur mes norim pataikyti, mes iššaunam raketą. Pas mus tuo metu, kai vyksta procesas, keičiasi pasaulis, technologijos keičiasi, gyvenimas keičiasi, krizė ateina, kažkas nebeturi pinigų ir panašiai. Na ir iš principo mes galim tą raketą, mūsų procesą valdyti po truputį ir pasiekti rezultatą to, ko reikia klientui. Tai yra šiek tiek skirtingos prielaidos, negu kriokliniam, waterfalliniam projektų valdyme. Tai klientas atras, ko nori, jis taip žino ir viziją mato, bet pakeliui jis sužinos, ko nori. Programuotojai lygiai taip pat, jie ne visas technologijas išmano ir jie nėra dievai. Pokyčių tikrai bus. Ir turbūt ne vienas nesat kažkokio didesnio projekto padarę, kur nebuvo pokyčių. Ar yra tokių, kur projektą suplanavot ir taip, kaip planavot, įvyko? Tuščia. Jo, tai prielaidos, matyti teisingos šitoje vietoje yra. Tai procesas iš principo panašus, šita dalis, bet kaip atrodo pats kūrimas, kai jau susidėliojam, tai susiplanuojam, kaip ir kalbėjau, planas yra reikalingas, tai nėra, kad imam ir darom. Ir tada mažais sprintais planuojamės vykdom. Ir tai vadinasi iteracijom, kur mes jau po kelių iteracijų prieinam prie to rezultato, kurio mums kaip ir reikėjo. Kaip tai atrodo iš plano pusės, tai yra funkcijos, kurios mums reikalingos, jų dydis įvertinamas, su komanda ir mes žinom, kad projektą įgyvendinti reikia 6 funkcijų ir tai užims maždaug 180 vienetų. Tai nėra valandos, tai yra vienetai. Čia yra kitas dalykas, kaip vertinti tais vienetais, bet šiek tiek paprastų modeliai, tai prabėgsim trumpai apie tai. Atsirado niuansų kažkokiu, vertinom 20, atsitiko per 30, tai reiškia, kad klausimas, ar tikrai mes per 180 padarysim vienetų, Tai leidžia mums anksti sužinoti, kad su projektu yra rizikų projekte ir jas reikėtų jau dabar valdyti. Tai Agile'as nesako, kad visada 100% jūs visus projektus sėkmingai ir laiku padarysit, bet tai leidžia nustatyti anksti kažkokias rizikas ir kad kažkas eina jau ne taip, kaip buvo suplanuota. Galima prioritetus dėliotis, tai leidžia. Kol nepadaryta funkcija 5 ar 3, tai mes iš principo galim prioritizuoti ir užsakovas jeigu jam anksčiau kažko reikia, pavyzdžiui, nežinau, greitosios pagalbos automobilio mokytojai prireikia, nes jai paskaita bus apie ten specialiasias priemonės, tai jinai gali užsakyti, kad pagaminkite man anksčiau tą specialią priemonę, greitąją pagalbą, greitosios pagalbos automobilį. Ir naujas funkcijas galima įtraukti, bet vėlgi, paliekant lygiai tą patį dydį viso projekto, mes galime išimti vieną funkciją ir už tokią pačią kainą įdėti naują funkciją. Ir tai mums Agile projektų valdymas leidžia ir tai neturėtų didesnės įtakos pačiam projektui bendrai padaryti. Tai taip galima būtų valdyti projekto planą, naudojant Agile. Ir šiek tiek apie No Estimate, tai buvau Rygoje praeitais ar užpraeitais metais ir tokią įdomią idėją išgirdau, kad galima naudojantis Pareto principu, už 4% darbo, grubiai kalbant, padaryti klientui žymiai didelę dalį funkcionalumo. Tai, kaip žinom, Pareto principas veikia 80-20 principą, 20 pastangų procentų padaro 80% viso funkcionalumo. Tai mes turim, kad 20% funkcionalumo iš kliento išgaunam ir kuris jam leidžia 80% viso produkto pasigaminti ir atitinkamai kiekvieną funkciją gamindami 20% jos laiko padarom 80% pačios funkcijos. Ir tai galina mums matematiškai pasiskaičiavimas ir tai realiai veikia. Amerikoje Hebra 10+ metų tai naudoja ir jiem tai veikia. Aišku, ten turi būti tinkami dalykai, tai yra pasitikėjimas, klientas, įmonė turi turėti gerą ir panašiai. Čia Vilniaus nuotrauka yra, bet aš bėgu greitai, nes mane laikas spaudžia, Tai ten apie pastatą galbūt galėsim per pertrauką, jeigu kažkas norėtų paklausti. Kodėl tai veikia Agile'as, Tai multitaskingas yra blaškymasis tarp taskų, nėra efektyvus darbas, tai ką Agile'as sako, kad reikia fokusuotis ir daryti koncentruotai. Turėjo būti žaidimas, bet kadangi nėra ant ko rašyti ir laiko, sakykime, stoka yra, tai praskipinsim žaidimą. Jeigu kažkas norėtų įmonėje pravesti šitą žaidimą, tikrai labai rekomenduoju. Tiesiog reikia pirmą iteraciją surašyti skaičių nuo 1 iki 10, romėniškais skaičiais ir raides. Ir paskui antra iteracija yra štai taip surašyti visus skaičius ir pamatysite, kad lygiai tą patį darbą jums užtruks žymiai skirtingai atlikti laiko prasme. Tai labai geras dalykas parodyti multitaskingo rezultatą. Ir šią prielaidą naudojant, tai kaip mes pratę esam dirbti, tai susiskaldom projektą kažkokiais baigtiniais funkcionalumais ir darom 1, 2, 3, 5. Ir iš principo klientas gauna pirmą projektą po 7 dienų. Tai yra multitaskinant ir skaldant projektą. Teoriškai tai atrodo taip, 3 gabalų projektas, per 3 dienas pagaminama ir taip toliau. Realybėj, jeigu mes koncentruojamės į darbą, tai mes galim štai tokį rezultatą pasiekti. Tai yra multitaskingą eliminavę, mes dirbsim efektyviau ir tikėtina greičiau padarysim mažiau klaidų. Tai įgalina būtent geresnį ir produktyvesnį darbą. Apibrėžtas bei empirinis procesas. Tai čia mes turim apibrėžtą procesą, čia mes turim empirinį procesą. Tai yra apibrėžtas yra labai aiškus, iš eilės einantis ir ten daug nepasišakosi. empirinis procesas, yra nuolatinis gerinimas, ane, suplanuojam, padarom, pasitikrinam ir toliau ratuku visą tai vykdom. Tai grįžtant prie mūsų tų pačių paveiksliukų, ane, judu greitai, nes baigėsi laikas, tai mes šitą jau aptariam, tai geriausiai veikia empirinis procesas būtent kompleksinėje aplinkoje, ne, ir anarchiniai. Čia matot paveiksliuką, tai yra skramas, apie kurį dažnai ir daug yra kalbama, kuris veikia šitose vietose. Ir tradicinis, paprastas empirinis procesas tai veikia ten, kur nereikia daug mąstyti, tai yra imi, darai ir viskas aišku yra. Vadovavimas saviorganizacija, tai lygiai taip pat. Kuo toliau į nežinomybę, to yra svarbiau turėti tinkamus žmonės tinkamose vietose ir tinkamai motyvuotus. Tai atsiranda vadovavimo stiliai skirtingi, ne? Tai čia jeigu žmogui duodi daugiau pinigų, tai jis tikėtina daugiau plaktukų pagamins arba automobilių. Šitoj vietoje veikti morkų ir pagalių, ne tas metodas, kur arba muši, arba morką duodi, kad geriau žmogus dirbtų su pagaliu. Tai šitoje vietoje yra žmonės, procesai ir tai yra svarbu, bendradarbiavimas. Stabili komanda yra svarbu, tai matėte net turbūt šitą filmą visi, tai ten skirtingi žmonės vienoje komandoje padaro tinkamus rezultatus ir nuolat jeigu kažko trūksta pačioj komandai, sugeba pakeisti tą žmogų, kitas imasi vadovauti ar ten imasi daužyti, ne, kitų priešų, ne žmonių priešų, taip. Tai vat. Ir vietoj to, kad komandas laikyti atskiruose uždarytose, ne, silosuose, bandžiau vertimą rasti šito dalyko, į lietuvių kalbą neradau. Bet iš principo suprantat ir optimizuojam visą grandinę, kad visa grandinė kuo geriau, efektyviau dirbtų. Ir šitoj vietoj vėlgi mes prieinam prie to, kad silosai ir atskirimas žmonių yra labai efektyvumas, jų skaičiavimas šitoj vietoj labai gerai padeda, bet kuo tolyn į nežinomybę, to mums svarbiau yra grandinė optimizuoti ir tinkamai dirbti. Tai tarp funkcinė komanda, matėt turbūt multiką, turiu vaikų, tai paprašė net disko formos robotų, tai vat, ir gavo, disko robotų paprašė, tai ir gavo rezultatą. Šiek tiek apie metodus, ane?
Šiek tiek.
XP, Scrumas, Linas, Kanbanas, tai jie visi palenda po Agile ir yra praktikos įvairios, tai va, žinokite, naudokitės ir.
Daryti, tarkim, projektą ir teisingai tai yra, nes aš esu girdėjęs, kad teisingai vertinti galima tada, kai esi susidūręs su panašiais.
Patint visą skaupą, nežinai, ir tą galima padaryti, bet vėlgi tai tikrai nebus 100% tikslus įvertinimas, nes iš principo yra tos technikos vertinimo ir jos sako, kad 80% tikslumų įvertinus tam tikrus dalykus, tai yra pakankamai geras rodiklis, kai tu 8% tikslumų įvertini. Tai yra iš 100% tikslumo, net tu gali 20% į vieną į kitą pusę nukrypti ir tai yra tikslus pakankamai vertinimas. Tai vat, yra technikų, kurios tai gali įvertinti.
Dėkui.
Ir paskutinis klausimas.
Ar galima panaudoti Agile neprograminės įrangos kitų intelektualių produktų kūrime?
Kitų intelektualių?
Kur reikia, gal neprograminės įrangos ir negamybos?
Kaip pavyzdys, ne tas pastatas, apie kurį nekalbėjau.
Yragi tie patys architektai, jie negamina, bet jie kuria produktą, kuris paskui ten yra.
Tai
galėtų naudoti kas nors atskaičių.
Čia kaip pavyzdys, ne? Yra Vilniui pastatas, kuris jau, nežinau, gal 10-metį taip vat stovi ir dalis pastato, ne, yra apgyventintam, veikianti, ten biurai, žmonės gyvena, kita dalis yra tokia šiek tiek nelabai tinkama gyvenimui ir darbui. Tai vat, nu, čia galėtų būti, ne, kaip pavyzdys Agile ne softo gamyboje, tai yra pastato savininkas, jo, čia yra vienas toks lanku einantis puslankių pastatas, tai savininkas šitoj vietoj, nu, kaip jums atrodo, gauna turbūt pajamas, ne? Bet nors jis viso projekto tai neįvykdė, nu, tai va čia kaip paralelė galėtų būti, ne? Kad nu, start small ir paskui inkrementais po truputį lipdyk. Tai va architektas, ne, pastatų gamyba galbūt galėtų būti ir dabar atsiranda. Kaip? Nu, vat aš iš architektūros dabar galvoju, atsirandagi jau įvairių sprendimų, ne, kur tu pastatą gali susidėlioti kaip Lego kaladėlės, ten kaip kiaušiniai tokie prasilgina, nu, tikrai matęs pavyzdžių ir vat, tai yra, aš manau, pakankamai agile approachas, kaip galima tą padaryti. Iš paslaugų sektoriaus dabar, pavyzdžiui, nešauna į galvą. Tai galima, reikia ieškoti.
Diskusijas pratęsim prie kavos, gerai. Jeigu turėsi dar papildomų klausimų, tai tikiu, Leo tikrai atsakys.
Būsiu čia aplink, tai prašau.
Ir prašyčiau padėkoti paskutinį kartą už šį introduction.